Y'all ready? My fellow Araxians, are you ready to return to the Nexus Glacier for Outfit Wars Week 4 Relegation Day? Who will go home and who shall live on? This is going to be a fun night. Fun-ass night. Let's jump into the game. Did I ever get hold of the R2 Connery outfits, Kang? Nah, man. I've been flat out running around like a chick with my head cut off, doing shit outside the house. I ain't done shit. But we got 6 out of 8 outfits to give me people to talk to, which is already a huge improvement over previous weeks. So I think we'll be all right. Sluggy Fresh, keeping it fresh, bro. What's up? What's up? There's that beautiful game. So tonight, we're beginning the festivities with Neil No One versus the Safari. I'm so excited for this game. I've been following the Safari folks, I feel like since week 1. I've watched them get better and better and better. All right. We'll save the NC theme. We'll save it. So let me actually show y'all just exactly what's going on tonight. First, let's hop into the match. Make sure we got all of our ducks in a row. We freelancing. Maxing all, relaxing all, cooling. Yeah, okay, cool. Outfit Wars. We want this one. 5. Always keeping it fresh. Let's go. Okay, here we are. Oh, and look, they added player counts in pre-match. That's cool. That's new. I like that. Looks like we got 41 players for Safari and 47 for KN1. I'm going to do the ceremonial, let's make sure we're in the right place move. We're going to hide the game. Oops. I saw a little peek at one of the warp gates here. Just pretend that didn't happen. And who do we have here? KN1. Okay, we're in the right place. It's good enough for me. Good enough. All right. All right, let's talk about the stakes. We got the 7 minutes and change until game time, which means we have a little bit of time to talk to you about what exactly is happening today. This is the 4th week of Outfit Wars, the final week of qualifiers before the championship rounds, which will follow in preceding weekends. Only 8 teams from each server are making it into the playoffs, and we have some outfits who are playing for their lives. 2 of those outfits are playing each other right now, KN1 and Safari. So let me break it down. Essentially, the way the outfits are selected for the outfits is first by how many wins they have, and second by their qualifier points. Okay? You tracking? There'll be 1 team by the end of this weekend with 4 wins. That'll be either Goblin Jumpers or Bushido Way. There will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 teams with 3 wins. That depends on whether KN1 wins tonight. If KN loses tonight, there will be 5 teams with 3 wins, plus 1 team with 4 wins. That leaves 2 slots in the playoffs for the best 2-win teams in the bracket. If SFRI beats KN1 today, then they could be one of those 2 teams that makes it into the playoffs. If KN1 wins, then SFRI's out. SFRI has to win to make it to the playoffs. This is a win or die moment for them. Even if they win, they might not get in because of the qualifier points. But if KN1 wins, they'll become one of the 3-win teams, and their qualifier points won't matter. So, KN1, win and get in. SFRI, win, maybe don't get in. We could even see a situation where both of these teams get into the playoffs. Actually, is that mathematically possible? Let me think about that for a second. So if they split the point totals evenly, right? 250 and 250, there's 500 total for the match, and SFRI wins, then the teams will end up with each about, let's say they both end up pretty close to 1,000 points. Oh man, I don't know. Because look at all these 2-win teams today. You see these 2 versus 2 win, 2 versus 2 win. So I'm talking VCats versus 1TR. I'm talking RCN6 v Recursion. I'm talking Miku versus 2RAF and Sokar's Legion versus Stepvanu. In each of these matchups, you're going to have 1 3-win team and 1 2-win team. So the loser of VCats plus 1TR will have 1,000 points plus however many they get in this match. The loser of RCN6 Recursion will have 950 some odd points plus whatever they get in the match. So it's going to be a close one. It's going to be a close one for some of these teams to get in. I'm deliberately this evening and this weekend trying to focus on matches for teams who are on the verge of elimination to see if they can pull it out of the fire. Really excited. We have just over 4 minutes. Let's see if the broadcaster can count here until we get started. You may notice that the broadcast is a little lonely today. That's because I am casting alone for this match. The casting talent is spread far and a bit thin today, it seems. I don't have any co-casters to keep me company, so y'all are just gonna have to deal with my jabbering. And I hope that's tolerable. We'll see how it goes. In the few minutes we have remaining, let's have a quick look over the Nexus and remind ourselves of what exactly we're dealing with. And I will turn my face off here. There we go. That's much better. So the Nexus is a 9-base continent. Whichever team finishes the conflict with the most territory wins. If one team captures every contestable base, the match automatically ends in their favor, and they score the remaining points. Until that happens, each team will accrue qualifier points based on the amount of time they hold each of their held territory. The 3 bases in the middle, that's Arizek Satcom Hub, Granite Head Reactor, and Bitter Gorge Garrison, all start neutral. You can see they have a little bit of asymmetry in terms of their lattice links. That ends up making Arizek the backwater of the mid lane. Granite Head is usually seen as the strongest because of its lattice links, with Bitter Gorge coming in just behind it in terms of importance. One thing to watch for, this northwestern lane between Argent, Bitter Gorge, and Slate is very, very favorable to whichever outfit wins the air game on the jump. Because Bitter Gorge has all of its points exposed to air. Slate Canyon Hold and Argent Pass are mirrors, which are just double stacks that can easily be suppressed spawners coming in, or either from the respawn room or from a nearby spawn point. So something to watch for. The Nexus bases are always where we're going to try to zero in on as soon as the action gets there. And Hydroponics and Nexus, being twins, are a little different. They're a powerhouse, and there's a little bit of play in those bases. A little bit more room for back and forth, so we'll just have to see what comes out between these 2 outfits. Really excited. I have not yet had the pleasure of casting a match from KN1, so I'm really excited to see what they can pull out. And I think this is going to be good. We're going to get some classic new conglomerate on new conglomerate violence. And I think it's going to be a good one. So this is Air's Satcom hub. This is the backwater of the mid lane that we talked about. It connects down there to Nexus Secure Substation and up there to Hydroponics Compound. If we continue along this road where there's no actual lattice link, this does not connect to Granite Head Reactor. If you want to connect the lattice from Airzek to Granite Head, you have to actually go up to either Hydroponics or down to Nexus, which then connects laterally to the Granite Head in the center of the continent, with its triple stack, powerhouse, and underground respawner friendly point. Continuing along, we have the one and the only Bitter Gorge Garrison. Oh, and I forgot to hit the music. Damn. Always slow on the music. Let's get it going anyway. Build the hype. Quick flyby. This is what Argent Hold and Slate Canyon look like. And finally, the Nexus base, where all the drama plays out. All right, we have about 30 seconds to go. Let's have a look at these warp gates. Here's the Safari warp gate. They have a 5-player disadvantage. KN1 with a full platoon. Safari a few people short. Seeing the Reavers lined up, a couple Valkyries in a galaxy. Let's have a look up north at the Omega warp gate to see what the boys in blue, KN1, are up to. They are galaxy heavy. A PC gamer logo? I haven't seen one of those in forever, bro. And it looks like I'm seeing an outfit camo, which you always love. And here we go. The alert begins. The rumblings of Steel Rain can be heard overhead, and the match has begun. Neil No One versus the Safari on the Nexus. Outfit Wars, Week 4. KN1 seems to be grabbing an early advantage in the air. I'm zooming in here over Bitter Gorge Garrison, which is 2 out of 3 in favor of Safari. They've got the A and the B point. I don't see any armor on the ground yet. The Safari folks, they have an ant here. What else do they have going on? C point has no one on it. It looks like KN1 is not committing any ground forces to Bitter Gorge yet. Scratch that. I'm seeing Talese drop. And probably going to try to steal a point here to slow down the Safari crew. Let's see what Talese does. Going to flip the point here at A. Good play by KN1. What a heads-up play. I love this. And we're seeing another one by Pokey. It looks like going to try to flip the C point. Let's have a look at the other neutral bases. I'm going to fly over to Granite Head Reactor now. Granite Head is another story of red. Safari have committed to the Granite Head Reactor. They have a 2-to-1 pop advantage, and they're positively pelting this poor galaxy. Sergeant Bob gets out just in time, but is left feeling a little lonely on top of this powerhouse at B. Let's see how Safari have deployed themselves here. Typical Sunderer spot here next to the powerhouse. Nothing yet. Oh, but here it is. It's actually crept up a little closer. The Sunderer is nice and cozy. Wow, I love that Sunderer spot. Okay, what have we got? Zooming in here at the C point on top of the triple stack, we can see Safari's got a max presence, they got medics, they got everything, man. They just got Granite Head unlocked. But it looks like the A point flips towards KN1. This fucking A point is such a pain in the ass for anyone trying to flip this base. Friendly Henry flying in with his Valkyrie. Shout out to Henry. And, trying to fuck some shit up. Looks like he's trying to get an angle on this Safari spawn point. Oh my god, this is brutal. Vehicle on infantry action. Love to see it. Okay, all right. Powerhouse still comfortably in command of Safari, despite KN1 slowly creeping in. KN1's play seems to be a little bit more patient than Safari. They're staying in the air. They're retaining the dominance over the lanes. Seeing a few Reavers flying overhead. Radical Edward, Reaver to be named later. Heavy Anvil dropping in over Granite Head. And a Sunderer is coming up from KN1. Oh my god. KN1's making the play. So here's the story with these middle bases. They all take about 2 minutes. I believe it's 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Someone correct me on that if I have it wrong. It's around 2 minutes to flip if you have all 3 points. The trick is they're all 3-point bases. And so you're not likely to have all 3 points for the duration of the cap. Checking in here on Bitter Gorge to see how things are going. We have a fight here with KN1 in control of the north and Safari trying to hang on to the south, but KN1 pushing them out with that aerial dominance. But Safari is counter-dropping. Let's see if they can push them off. And damn, with the air to ground. It's filthy. It's filthy. And KN1 will counter-push the counter-push. It's just hard to go wrong when you got an air hammer flying around above you. Okay. I'm seeing a Safari Sunderer actually underneath A. It doesn't look like it's going to last very long, though, especially if that Reaver figures out where it is. Safari are spawning in, though. They're going to make a go of it. It's not really... Yeah, and there it goes. Popped as predicted. An unsupported Sunderer is like a hangnail. He just gets ripped off, and it's always painful. 30 seconds and change for KN1 to flip Bitter Gorge. As Safari goes back towards the B point, they're not letting this go. Coming in from this this beacon, and it looks like they rolled up a Sunderer to the south, while the one in the middle distracted. I'm going to pull up the big map here for a second. We're about 5 minutes in. And it looks like a KN1 has also flipped Arizak SATCOM hub, and they're already moving in on the Nexus Secure substation. These bases are 4-minute, 40-second cap timers. And either of these, Argent or Nexus Secure, will give KN1 the Kingmaker, which is the lattice connection to the Nexus Alpha, which, when the fight is there, it is the only fight that matters. Let's see if Safari can respond in time. Uncertain if there was even a fight here at Arizak, to be honest. There often is not. Here is Nexus Secure with KN1. 2 minutes and counting, and there is nobody here. Safari needs to just get a fire team in here and not let this thing stand. This is scary to me for Safari. I hope they're tracking it. Following Hot Doge on his Valkyries, he comes in over Bitter Gorge Garrison. Safari continuing to battle it out here while the Nexus Secure substation ticks away to 0. They're dropping in on the A point. KN1 caught off guard, but can they respond? Not in time for Safari, though. Drop not enough to prevent KN1 from flipping the point. Safari will continue to battle it out as KN1 wisely withdraws. And a battle has begun at the Nexus Secure substation. Let's see if KN1 can hold it. A KN1 Air is vulturing over the powerhouse, just waiting for Safari to make a drop or to try to come in from the spawn room. KN1 is being so smart about this. They have all the pop here. 2-1. Every Safari body here is wasted right now. Like, they're short. They need two times, 5 times the number of people here to make a difference. Safari not ready to fight here. KN1 looking very confident. And Safari is now at a 6 bases to 3 disadvantage, where they absolutely have to do something in the next minute and a half in order to prevent being throttled back to their Nexus base and fighting for their lives. Still 390 points to win in this match, and Safari absolutely needs to win a majority of those to have any chance at making it into the playoffs. And, let's not forget, they also have to win, which KN1 doesn't. Safari flips the point around the powerhouse. I think that pops might be a little sluggish to update here. I don't think the hex pop is accurate. Safari with a foothold of, it's like a few medics and a couple of heavies. No maxes for them. And KN1 just poking in from the doors. I see a medic revive outside of door 2 as they flex over to door 3, but oh, the Safari infiltrator, whose name like slashed, it looks like, gets the peek, goes down, gets punished, as is appropriate for all infiltrators, but not quite enough for KN1 to push in. Cheese attempts to peek, but goes down. Plenty of time for KN1 to get back here, and if I'm honest, it looks like they've already done it. Push in from Skinny. The man with the flaming blue head and his friends are enough. Safari buy themselves another minute or two while they continue to fight a losing battle at Bitter Gorge Garrison, and as soon as this goes back to Safari, they can put a hack on an Argent Pass. I mean, sorry, back to KN1. They can put a hack on an Argent Pass and just put a stymie anything at Bitter Gorge. But KN1, they seem pretty comfortable right now. Here comes Botzia with the Galaxy drop off the northwestern corner of the Nexus Secure substation. Oh no, they dropped outside the base? I think they were hoping to get back in so they can drop inside the base. Oh no! Oh, nice jump. Nice jump. Alright, so no, the Safari drop is so unfortunate. They've been split right as soon as they got here. They have less than a minute. Where are they? No! Okay. Let's figure out what Safari's going to do about it. Looks like the Safari aerial assault trying to keep the skies clean as Friendly Henry dodges a beating over the Nexus Secure SATCOM. 30 seconds. Oh, the point's being flipped in for Safari. They must have actually gotten into the point. Oh, man. We need to see some more red in here. And if Safari pushes all their guys in here, then KN1 can just flip over and take Bitter Gorge and Argent Pass. And the caster receives a phone call. 3 minutes and counting for Safari to reclaim their home base here, Nexus Secure. And in the meantime, as predicted, KN1 locks down Bitter Gorge and moves on immediately to Argent Pass. And as much as Safari has been struggling to hang on to this powerhouse, The double stack over at Argent Pass is eminently holdable for an attacking force. Seeing the KN1 blue at the Nexus base already. Let's have a look here. Yeah, here's where all the action is. Look at this. KN1 in and out of the powerhouse. Y'all enjoy the scenery over Argent Pass while I get up and close my door because I am being a loud son of a bitch. Hey, here's Safari. Get it done, boys. Let's see it. Okay, we're back, and the point still is in KN1 hands, but there aren't that many blue on the point. I'm seeing Safari creeping in from the bottom, and it looks like they're going to get a flip on. Well, I don't know what KN1 did here. It looks like they might have gotten a little too confident, pushed out. Well, that didn't work, and now here comes a Safari max push. They're ready to make their stand here at the Argent Pass. The oncoming storm and his Skyguard was the Safari Armor Corps responding to the aerial dominance of KN1 and saying, "You shall not fly over my fucking base." Bitter Gorge Garrison. Oh, there's a lot of... No, okay. The Hex Pop just updated. Not much going on here. It's the KN1 Valk pilot trying to fly in. Not sure what the thought was there. Here comes a KN1 counter drop of about a fire team on Safari. I don't think it's enough to... Oh, hang on. There's people on the bottom. Some dead warriors. They can get a res grenade off. I think one just went off from Hunter Ace. There it goes. But the Safari max presence is thick here. You can see some C4s flying. It's just... Oh, KN1, boys. Kneel nowhere, motherfucker. That was a poetic push. That was nice. Safari's still here, but just getting outpunched by KN1. All right, let's pull back for a moment. Check the big map. Nexus Secure has gone to KN1. The moment of truth really is hitting now, with Argent Pass ticking down 3.5 minutes for KN1 and an active lattice link on the Nexus Alpha, which just got hacked. Safari flips it back. It was a feint. But he's still here. Ooh, KN1. Coming up through the Western Powerhouse. This Max is going down. He's trying to get away. Now the real gaming has begun. Safari just getting cut down. Man, these KN1 boys, they're looking pretty sharp. They're looking pretty sharp. They're cohering very well. They're staying together. I mean, I guess that means the same things at two different ways. It looks like even though they had early air dominance, they're not overly relying on it right now. I like to shut up and enjoy the air fights. At the Nexus Alpha, it looks like while we weren't watching, KN1 was pushed off the point, but they still have a lot of mans here. Buy themselves a lot of time. Argent Pass. Let's have a look at the action over there. 7 bases to 2 for KN1, and they already have a 2-to-1 point advantage. 200 points to 100. Even if SFRI at this point did the impossible and flipped the map and got all the remaining points, they would be finishing the game with about 300 points, which would put them at just under 1,000. So, okay. I mean, from a technical perspective, the playoffs are not quite extinguished for SFRI. From a technical perspective, they're still there. The light is still alive. As SFRI ambles themselves out of the spawn room here at Argent Pass, always a dicey play. These infantry corridors end up being just kill zones for anyone popping out of the double stack. Really, if you're fighting outside the double stack, you don't want to have to fight at all outside the double stack if you're the attacking force. Or should I say the defending force trying to shake a point hold. SFRI dropping in on the double stack, but it's not going to be enough. 5 seconds. And the Argent Pass falls to KN1, leaving only 1 base left for them. Oh, look at the skirmish over the Nexus Alpha. There's a little bit of panic in those flight controls. You can see it. Everyone's rushing for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. SFRI slogging their way from the point, just like the Argent Pass. This is not what you want. Okay, this is what you want. The air to ground. Yep. That's good. That'll keep the KN1 from at least pushing their advantage outside the base. As the defending faction, it's sort of, it's a way to allow your spawners to get in, but spawning from the spawner is not the fastest way to get. Oh, but look at this push from SFRI from the spawn room. As I'm shit-talking it, they're flipping the point red, and KN1 is forced to fall back. SFRI not going quietly into the night. Oh, but KN1 is just taking a tactical retreat. They have not lost the point. They've merely allowed it to flip for a moment. And only a moment it is this counter push. These KN1 heavies. Those straight knees, no kneeling happening. Ooh. Watching these KN1 infantry is like watching waves in the ocean. They all fall back and they all flood in. It's kind of beautiful. And here comes, is that a double orbital strike from SFRI? Yes, it is. More is better. And that presaging a spawn room push from SFRI. KN1 Air is not far away, but they're also not paying attention. SFRI is allowed to get a toehold in the doorway here. And oh my god, what a kill zone. Jesus Christ. This is brutal. Oh. 5 minutes left for Safari to pull off one of these miraculous... Look at this. Look at these brave soldiers of the Safari. They're fighting lions and tigers. And are they winning? Oh, they had it there. Look at this little corner. Okay, got excited about the dead nameplates. Res grenade goes off. Oh, Safari! No! I'm smelling the death of the Safari. I'm worried. KN1 taking this match by storm and not just looking like they're about to win it. Like they're about to bully their way into the playoffs. If KN1 takes this will be their third win, and they'll be one of the 4 to 5 teams that makes it into the playoffs automatically by achieving their third win. Safari hanging on for dear life, trying to eke out win number 2 and get enough points so that they can be in the top 1 to 2 outfits with 2 wins, but looking a bit grim for the new conglomerate Safari right now.
Rise to the moment you can prevail. Clear out of that area.
What's Safari gonna do? Here it is. This is the response. They have 3 minutes. Let's see how they use it. They're forming up in the warp gate. 2 galaxies. A couple of reavers to support. And they're just hovering. They're allowing the KN1 air to get themselves slaughtered through the warp gate shields. Biding their time. The KN1 forces just waiting. A little bit of an armor battle playing out here on the western side of the Nexus, with Sassy Papaya getting knocked out of their tank and then cut down. Filter Shakes makes it into the road, but is getting archered from right in the asshole. That's gotta feel bad. And trying to get this KN1 Sunderer. I get it now. I get it. They're going for the spawn points. And here comes the KN1 Orbital Strike, which is going to hit right into the heart of the Safari counter push. Destroys their Sunderer. Oh, no. Okay, they still have a toehold here. With 1.5 minutes remaining, KN1 with another orbital strike. Brutal, just not allowing anything to happen. An accordion bomb. Just chilling there. Just 1 minute remaining. Safari. Playing their final seconds of Outfit Wars, unless they can do something about this. Unless they can shake this KN1 stranglehold on their Nexus. The warp gate is empty. Safari made their play. With 30 seconds remaining. Outfit Wars Nexus Season Week 4. Neil No One defeats the Safari. 372 to 128 by warp gating them. And a good game it was. Congratulations to Neil No One. And better luck next year to the Safari. Wow. Wow. Really strong showing from KN1. I have not casted them before today. And I feel like I've been missing out. That match ended a little faster than I imagined it would, which means we actually can get right into our next match and not miss any of it, I believe. Recursion versus Recon Team 6. Let's hop in and have a look. All right, looks like we got in just in the nick of time. Recursion versus RCN6. We're starting off on the RCN6 side. Let's see what the Recon boys do. As the opener gets off of its skids. Bitter Gorge Garrison getting the heat, getting some action early. Recon Team 6 has 2 Galaxies floating overhead, and I'm seeing a Recursion Sunderer rolling in. A Sunderer and a Prowler. The Recursion tank play is rolling north. Interesting play. One of the fun things about Bitter Gorge Garrison is it's actually at the bottom of a bowl, which means vehicles taking a position on either the northern or the southern roads actually have an incredibly good angle. Not just to hit the air with ground to air, but also to suppress the points. But RCN6 has all 3 of them, and in about 2 minutes, they'll have the base will be their color with control of the air. Recursion making just a slow armor play here. I'm not too sure what to think about it, if I'm totally honest. They're waiting for their moment. Let's have a look at the rest of the continent. Starting with Granite Head Garrison, where Recursion is very firmly established. And their tanks are just rolling around, man. So this Sunderer, which we saw come from Argent Pass, has made its way all the way up to Bitter Gorge Garrison. I mean, Granite Head Reactor. I know the names of the bases, I promise. And this is the Recursion play. So I had the pleasure of watching Recursion last week when they fought the Goblin Jumpers, and one of the biggest pain points for them is this base was Granite Head Garrison, where they made play after play to try to get the base, and Goblin Jumpers reacted and pushed them out every single time. I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, that the last time Recursion failed to take it, it was with like less than 5 seconds on the cap timer. Arizek Satcom Hub having a little bit of early action. A little bit of Arizek for breakfast. Recon Team 6 on the top and Recursion down below. In general, it seems to be the theme of the map. Recursion, for whatever reason, not really taking to the skies. I suppose this is in line with what we've seen them do in prior games. Everyone talks about how important aerial dominance is on this map, and it's an interesting play to see Recursion, which is one of these favorite outfits, and it's most successful in the bracket so far. Just stay on the ground. But if they keep the bottom 2 points, the top one doesn't really matter much. So I guess they're just gonna let Recon Team 6 dither around all they want. Minute and a half, it won't matter. And Granite Head Reactor flips towards Recursion. No surprise there. Bittergorge Garrison is about to flip towards Recon Team 6. And they're gonna get an early lead here of 5 bases to 4 as soon... Sorry, Recursion will get an early lead of 5 bases to 4 as soon as Arizek goes through. But Recursion, all this armor just waiting here, I presume to push on Slate Canyon. And you can see what Recursion's known for, their infantry, just making a red wave across this base, pushing in from the north. I think that's pretty interesting. Because usually, and we saw this in the SFRI KN1 match, usually what you see is the forces coming in from the southern warp gate, from the Alpha warp gate, kind of pushing in from B and moving north. But Recursion doing the turnaround here. And the only middle base that the Recon Team 6 managed to get off the jump and now falling. Let's see if they're going to use their early advantage to push in, though. Hydroponics Compound has no... Sorry, I keep flipping the teams here. Boomer caster brain here. It's Recursion who has the overall map advantage. And they are still being patient, not pushing in on Hydroponics Compound. Oh, as I speak, they flip Hydroponics. That's what I was watching for. And Arizek has a fight. Recon Team 6 has decided to make their bet at Arizek. And maybe thinking they have enough time to respond here at Bittergorge? Let's see what they're thinking. Honestly, don't know. It's like there's about a Recursion... like a couple fire teams worth. And I feel like they're just making an appearance here. I mean, there's no hope in a force this small doing anything useful here. If they can take the top point, then they can slow this down. Which might be all they're trying to do. Light Assault proves superior once again. Yeah, and that adds 2 minutes to the base timer and gives Recursion plenty of time to respond. Let's have a look at the skies over the middle of the continent. Seeing the flying pancakes out in force. Good to see. Seeing a little bit of maple syrup and we can have breakfast. The Recursion armor is pushing north onto Slate Canyon, and it looks like they have an advanced force on the point. Recursion, I fully expect Recursion at some point in the next few minutes to make a really large push onto this point and, you know, do the Recursion thing, do the point hold thing. Here comes the RCN6 air. And just over the mountain range, Recursion waits for them. Not a significant air force, but enough to cause a distraction. As the Recon Air peels off to the east in an effort to prevent Hydroponics from flipping towards Recursion. But this is the point hold du jour for Recursion. They're in the powerhouse. As we have a few Recon members outside door 1. Just poking in, trying to spot, see what the hell's going on. Recursion heavy on the big hallway here, outside doubles. And it looks like they have a minimal presence here right on the point. They're really just kind of holding their main force back in reserve so they can commit it wherever needed. I kind of like this play because one of the big problem you run into holding this powerhouse is that even though when the point is down below, is that you're kind of tempted to put all your guys below, or maybe split them evenly between the two sides. So here, up and down the two sides. But the problem is that if an attacking force gains control of the server room and the double doors here, it's very easy for them to push down either doorway and get a hold on the point. For those folks who are trickling in here after the KN1 Safari match, we'll be doing a breakdown and potentially a few interviews as soon as the Recursion Recon Team 6 match ends. So stay tuned for that and enjoy the fragging in the meantime. I have a feeling this match isn't going to last all that long. We're seeing a recon response here, but not fast enough. Recursion takes hydroponics compound. Oh, recon team 6, they got in here 10 seconds sooner. You know, I feel like Recursion just pulled out of here the second this base capped. Like they hit their redeploy timers at like 7 seconds remaining, and they just fucking pieced out. Because they're out of here, and I feel like they didn't. There's too many of them that are gone for them to have all been to have all died. They just pieced. Action still pending here at the Nexus. We're not quite there. Here comes an adventurous little Recursion member. Let's see what they're gonna do here. Take a moment, have a look at the map. Slate Canyon. 52 seconds. Recursion holding that point. We're gonna go have a look. I mean, you gotta watch the point holds. This is the good shit. These are the best fights to watch, I think, as a caster, because you can see everything that's happening around the actual point. Recon takes the point in Slate Canyon Hold away from Recursion. And they hold the skies as well. Oh, this is a brawl, boys and girls. Yep, Recursion has a secret Sunderer back here. They tucked it way in the back. I saw this last week. Recon knows it's there, but can they get enough? Can they get an angle on it? Looks like it's getting repaired. They're not gonna be able to take it from here. They still do hold the point for now, but like waves on an ocean shore. The tide rises, flooding up the stairs here at the double stack. And Recursion doing what they do best, capping the point. We're not done, though. There's still plenty of recon here. Okay, they're not coming out of the spawn room. I like that. But where are they? Oh, there's a fight at hydroponics. Let's flip over there for a minute. Whoa. Recon continually committing and recommitting to their airplay here. It's so fascinating because even though they own the skies for the most part, the ground is just keeps getting redder and redder. Looks like Recon put their own Thunderer back here, or a drop anyway. Hopefully it'll last long. I heard a steel rain? Oh, is Recursion dropping in on the Nexus? They have it timed. They have it timed. They're gonna fuck right off as soon as they cap this base. Nope. Nope. They're here already. They're here already. It's time. Time for a fight in the Nexus. Eight bases to 1. Recursion choking out the continent. As Recon continues to fly around the skies looking for an angle on this fight, but cannot keep a hold of the ground. Let's see if they can change that at the Nexus and prevent being warp gated. With 30 minutes remaining, there's a lot of match left if they can do it. Here comes the Recon boys, pushing in from the southeastern powerhouse. They got a few maxes. They're getting ready. Oh my God! This is the way it's supposed to be. Max on max violence. God, those Cycler maxes just sound fucking terrifying. It is Cycler, right? The AI infantry, max weapon. I mean, Recon aren't toothless. I'm anticipating some kind of response, and here it is. The orbital strike. Am I wrong, or are orbitals not very useful against forces inside the point building? I kind of feel like they don't do that much. Maybe they fuck up maxes. Maybe that's the answer. Because if you're in infantry, you just medkit and you're good to go. I don't know. In any case, here comes the Recon counter push, coming in from the western door into the top of this powerhouse, and Recursion is ready, but they are falling back. My God.
Show them.
And if your Recon Team 6, this is not what you want. You do not want to be coming in out of this spawn room while Recursion are firing down these lanes. Especially on this right side where they can shoot all the way from the back of the point room. The one advantage of this door is that it's a little closer. You see a few Reconers going around to the side, but orbital strike from Recursion. Is that just a fuck you to the infantry, or is there something else that we missed? Not really sure, to be honest. Recon has 2 minutes and 24 seconds to do something about the recursion hold. Look at this. This is unholy. This is unholy. Did a lockdown TR max on top of a Spitfire turret? Let's go, blue boys. Oh. Show me something. Sneaky Max. Sneak. Aw, fall down. Oh, brutal. Brutal. Now that's a sweet angle. Medics are medicing as hard as they can medic. Get me out of here. 20 seconds remain. Recursion wins. Defeating Recon Team 6 in this, the 4th week of the Nexus season of Outfit Wars. Recursion qualifies for the playoffs with 3 wins.
Enemy engineer in the area.
Wait up. Stop.
Question is, will Recon Team 6 earn enough points to earn a berth? There's only one spot for a 2-win team. Ooh. That's some gaming, boys and girls. That's some gaming. Couple of one-sided affairs, actually. Let's see if we can get some interviews dialed up. Okay. Good game, Henry. Sorry I couldn't respond to you early, brother. I enjoyed watching your game. It got some good shots of you, too. If there's one thing Recursion's good at, it's dumping a whole lot of people on the point. No one seems to know how to assault that point. I think it's really hard. I think the only really good way to assault it is actually from the opposite of the spawn room. It's sort of a catchy base. Now let's actually what is going on here?
I owe you one.
Computer's freaking out there for a second. Good? I guess we're good. I'll tab and see if I can get us some interviews. Looks like we're gonna hear from Recursion first and foremost. Sayl, welcome to the broadcast.
Hey, D.
GG, man. How'd the match go?
It was it's a lot of fun. Appreciate RCN6 for coming.
Yeah? Is that all you have to say to recon Team 6?
What else would I say? You know, thanks for coming. It's a good game. Yeah.
So it went according to plan, it sounds like?
Well, you have a plan until you get hit in the face. I mean, our plans usually exist for about 25 seconds, so no. After that, it's just chaos.
I'm sure there are many things you're not at liberty to say, but just observationally, I will say it was really interesting and fun watching y'all creep across the bottom of the continent, rolling armor on doing the infantry thing, of course, while Recon Team 6 flew over and seemed to be in the skies quite a bit, but couldn't translate it into victory on the ground.
Yeah, puzzling, right?
I suppose so. um, so this means with this victory, the only times Recursion lost, I believe, was against Goblin Jumpers last week. So y'all now have 3 wins, which gives you a playoff berth. Do we know how the seeding is going to work for the first round of the playoffs?
Well, there's 2 assumptions. One would be that the first would play the 8th as sort of like the
Right.
that's how most tournaments would work, you know, to incentivize the qualifiers, people going hard at it. But because Rel's algorithm might try to just make good matches,
Yeah.
the first may play the second. So depending on which one of those 2 models he uses will depend on how brutal the qualifiers, or I'm sorry, the playoffs will be.
Absolutely. Yeah, it could just be a slog all the way to the end, with the best teams playing each other all the way to the end. That would be unfortunate. I want to save those matches for the championships personally. So yeah, y'all finished with 1,366 points. It looks like VCats finished their match against 1TR and they won with 1,400. So depending on how some of these other games go, I'll just have to wait and see, I guess. I'll have to wait and see. Anyway, anything you want to say nice about your team, Sayl? Any standout performers you want to single out?
One, thank our air squad for always outnumbered, never whining.
Notice that.
I'd like to thank our squad leaders and Medieval Welder for helping me set these wedding level events up twice a week.
That's quite a comparison.
I'd like to thank the casters for putting on good shows and making it entertaining, and the Plan Side community.
Yeah, brother. Love to hear it. Anything you want to say to Disenfranchised?
Nothing nice.
I had a feeling that was the case. So, Sayl, I feel like if I could ask you one more question, I feel like I detect a bit of strain. Are y'all up for 3 more weeks of this?
Ever seen us not be up for it? You know, Outfit Wars 1 had to no-life it in our mother's basement for 2 weeks straight against Zergfit.
Okay.
We ain't never seen us not do it, so betting
There it
against
is.
us getting to the championship, it's not a good bet.
There it is. Love to hear that. All right. Anything else for you want to say?
No.
All right. GG, brother. Thanks for dropping in.
Thank you, Dave.
See ya. Good game to Sayl. Disenfranchised, the Recursion folks. We have zachhalo from Recon Team 6 ready to jump in. Let me pull him in. zachhalo, you're live on the cast.
How's it going, everybody?
Hey, tell us how the match went, man.
Well, it could have been better. Yeah, I think overall, we've got a good team, but we had a couple of just kind of, I don't know. It's hard when you're going against a format that's very different from live. We don't play in super competitive formats where we call ourselves pro casuals. So, yeah.
I respect that. I feel like that's the way I personally play too. So with the loss today and with the points y'all racked up, it looks like right now actually you are the number 2 point getting second place team. I'm not sure if that mathematically eliminates y'all, but I don't know what the outlook is at this point.
Yeah, I mean, our goal is to get into qualifiers, and obviously we would have liked to have done that with a win today, but it just doesn't always happen that way.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So tell me a little bit about Recon Team 6. I don't actually know you guys super well. What is your outfit's MO? How do you like to do live play? Tell us how you come into Outfit Wars.
Yeah, sure. So we're kind of more of a mid fit. We don't have a huge, we're not like a huge player base. We have been on originally Watersons and now Emerald for like the last 8 years, it seems like.
Yeah, Watersons, that's an old name, man.
Yeah. We're an old outfit. We've had a couple people, come and go in leadership, but primarily Mr. Twister is our overall leader.
Word.
The founder of the outfit's Karma 6. Originally, they were a PHX split off, so if you have any idea who they are.
Word. And how does the team feel about the Outfit War? Have y'all enjoyed it? Like, would you be excited to do it again? What's your overall vibe?
Overall, I think we enjoy it quite a bit. We normally will have like 1 or 2 squads on, but around Outfit Wars, we're really pulling people back from other games. I've always thought of Planet Side as my home game. I come
Word,
back
man.
here
Mm-hmm.
after I'm done playing something else, and so I think we really pulled people back in with Outfit Wars, and that's pretty much the effect. We played last year in the 1v1v1 format, and I think overall we enjoy the 1v1 format more, so there's less chance for double team type shenanigans. So.
Yeah, feel ya. It seems like in general that's been a pretty common thing from everybody, from top to bottom, that people just seem to really feel like their efforts are more worthwhile in this format than prior formats.
Yeah, I found in previous format there was a lot of time basically sitting and waiting on a base, whereas with this format, the matches are over quickly sometimes, and I think that it's just different than
Right.
any other format we've played in. So
Right. Well, any standout performers from your team you wanna call out and give some praise to?
I mean the whole team overall, like I don't think I could call out anyone individually. Like we're a very good unit in general. We struggle with a little bit of cohesion tonight. Calling bad bad grouping up. It's really hard when you're fighting recursion because
Yeah.
a lot of their players fight aggressively. So we were,
They
having to
push
deal
you.
with their speed was a
Mm-hmm.
little bit of a challenge for us.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, overall, the whole team might sound cheesy, but we got a lot of good players. Just need to make sure we use them to the best that we
Love to
can.
hear that. Love to hear that, man. Cool. So if y'all don't make it into the playoffs, are there any teams that you're rooting for or against? Any rivalries we should know about?
I don't think we're really rooting against anybody. I think in general we like the underdogs. Um,
Yeah.
personally, I think Gob is very powerful this year, and they're gonna be probably. I'll be interested to see the B-Wave versus Gob match. We'll just say that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's
So,
going to show a lot of people a lot of things. I'm excited about that match too.
yeah, that's gonna be one to watch for sure.
Sure. Cool, man. Well, anything else to say about the outfit or about the outfit war?
About the outfit, we play Sundays and Wednesdays. If you're interested in hanging out with us, we can certainly see if you're a good fit. In play the game in general, we have one. Maybe I'll call this person out. We have one player in our outfit that is a VLG main, and ever since the Corsair cannon was introduced, the VLG hasn't aimed the same. So if any devs are listening, please fix the VLG more than it was fixed previously.
That's a Corsair weapon? Is that right?
When the Corsair was introduced, it messed with all of the the wire guided projectiles in the game.
Oh, interesting.
So like
Okay.
AV turrets, the VLG, and others. And
Huh.
we have a guy that has 20,000 kills with the VLG, who no longer uses the VLG
Oh, that's
because it is
sad.
not good for him anymore.
All right.
So.
We'll see what we can do to boost the signal to get that fixed.
Sounds good.
All right, brother.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for dropping on by, zachhalo. Appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good one, everybody.
Take care. Okay, good game to Recon Team 6 and Recursion. Recursion is definitely going to be going into the playoffs with 3 wins. Recon Team 6, if all the math I did before this at the start of the stream is correct, then I think they're out. I think right now 1TR is the only 2-win team, is the 2-win team to beat to make a playoff berth. So, let's see, 3 wins. We have 1 up here on the top row. Beware Gobs will lose. We have VCats, that's 2. Recursion is 3. The winner of Miku 2 Wrath is 4. The winner of Sokar's Legion and Stepvanu is 5. Neil No One is 6. Number 7 is the 4-win team. So yeah, that's right. I was correct. Only 1 2-win team will make it in for Emerald. And to do it, they've got to outscore 1TR with 1,181 points. So who could do that? Who could do that? The loser of Miku versus 2Raf, as long as they score about half of the points, could overtake 1TR. The loser of Step Vanu and Sokar's Legion? Not a chance. Not a chance. Not enough points. So yeah, it's going to be 1TR in the 2-win slot in the last slot, or potentially the loser of Miku v2 Raf. We'll just have to wait and see. Cat's Meow Gaming, it's all my pleasure. I love talking and watching PlanetSide. Good shit. I want to see if we can continue the interview train, though. We have the first match of the day we casted, which was KN1 versus SFRI. I'm going to DM some of those folks and see if maybe they've finished their other interviews and want to chat with me for a few. Let's hook that up. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to let my cat in. Why is it so hot in this room? Open another window, try to get some air going. Okie doke. All right, we have Odiogn from KN1 on the way. And Herald of Odiogn, you're on the cast. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello. Sorry about that.
No worries. Is this Odiogn?
That is me.
Am I saying your name right, by the way? Is it Odiogn?
It is Odiogn, yeah.
Ah, excellent, excellent. Well, congratulations on your win.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks for casting it.
It's my pleasure, dude. Fun game to watch. Tell us about it. How did the match go?
It went really well. My guys wanted to try out some new strats that we hadn't done in the previous ones, some tactics that we thought we needed to implement. And it was, most of all, it wasn't laggy, which was really nice. I'm a little sad that the SFRI guys were a little short-handed. Kudos to them for putting up such a good fight. Despite that, there was a few times that I was a little bit worried on that northern lattice where they did an epic drop with like 2 seconds left and they almost stopped us from capping that.
Yep, I saw that.
So yeah, they were moving really well, and like I said, props to them. Good game. Besides that, I had so much more fun because I just wasn't lagging and hitching everywhere.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I didn't really notice it until like halfway through the match, and I was thinking to myself, "Oh my god, I haven't hitched yet. They really fixed it."
Oh, Hothorns and Noobynoob are KN1 if you want to pull them in.
Sure, why not? Why not? Hothorns and Noobynoob, you are live on the cast.
Daddy.
Hothorns was leading one of the infantry squads, and Noobynoob was leading the air squad.
Great. So we get to hear about the perspective both from the ground and from the air. Who wants to go first?
I'll let the air guys, the ground guys go first.
Hothorns, you got the mic.
Go for it, brother.
Right. Well, for the main part, our ground guys were, well, my Charlie squad was, we were heading for air control, assisting with the air at the beginning. But as soon as the air squad gave us the go-ahead, we were going to be going down on the ground, and we were going to be helping with whichever base needed it. For the most part, it was a hell of a fight. The SFRI guys were very good at cohesion. It was, it was, especially with how they were keeping their maxes close to the heart, even if we were successful with havocing them, they were throwing a lot more against us as soon as they saw the havoc. Like, infantry was pushing forward, medics were throwing the resonates if they went down, and immediately if they went down to protect their maxes, they were right back up. It was amazing. So it was a lot of an uphill battle against the Safari guys.
Yeah, it was really fun watching y'all duke it out. I've had the pleasure of casting a few Safari matches during the qualifiers, and it's been really fun seeing them literally get better week over week, and it definitely saw that showed off today. You mentioned the cohesion, definitely. But when we're talking about cohesion, I also got to give y'all a shout out, because this is like the comment that I made during the cast is that, like, watching the KN1 infantry is like watching like the waves on an ocean shore. You all fell back together, and then you would all flood up together, and it was just, I don't know, it was pretty impressive to watch.
Yeah, we do have.
I have my squad waypoints up in very specific places, and then I'll tell the squad leads, hey, bring your squad leads to the squad waypoints, and then we have certain call outs like turtle and skirmish, which are cues to my guys to do certain things, and they try to stay close to their squad leads, and that's why we have that sort of cohesion.
Oh, that's dope. I would love to be a fly on the wall for that. That's dope. Cool.
It was much nicer this time because people could actually find their way around Nexus. The last match we played, my guys were getting lost.
Well, I guess 4 weeks, you finally start to get used to it, huh?
Yeah, I had my guys watch my video to see where the doors were and stuff, because, like, in the previous match, I was getting to the point every time. There was only like 12 guys on point. If I had a little bit of help, we could have taken it back. And everyone's like, "You're out of your mind, Odiogn. It was impossible to find your way to the point without getting killed." And then I showed them the video. They were like, "Oh, there's a door there."
Oh, that was a collective embarrassment from everyone who didn't notice, myself included.
Well, it sounds like y'all figured it out. That's great. What about the air? Give us the angle from the eye in the sky.
So generally, we do what we did most of the matches, which is go strafe air dominance, which we succeeded with the help of both Charlie, Bravo, and Alpha for the most part. Of course, you saw that we started off with 2 rep gals in the center at I think it's Bitter Gorge or Granite Valley, whichever one it was. I never remember the base names.
Granite's right in the center.
That's the one, yeah. So we had 2 rep gals there basically acting as bait, while our reavers would go in and clear out whatever took the bait and whatever would be chasing our own reavers. The added bonus of having both Charlie and a couple other guys in the air as well really helped us out this time around. But yeah, once that first wave of reavers kind of got wiped out, we didn't really see much point for us to all be in the air. Called for Charlie's squad to ditch the gals and ditch the reavers and just get on the point and start flipping. Then shortly after, I believe Delta also left the air game and just helped out on the ground for the majority of that match until the Ender started back out.
I love that call. I really noticed that because y'all's air presence was overwhelming at the start, but you weren't attached to it. And I've seen other outfits.
Goater, cough.
What's that?
I said goater, cough.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone's so eager to talk about how powerful the air game is on Nexus, and people get excited, they just stay in those aircraft. But you can lose that way too, as we've seen. So, the call of when to commit your forces where and being prepared and not waiting, because the map just changes colors so fast.
Yeah, I definitely want to commend the Safari guys on the air game. It was a lot of fun. Especially that pull of a couple reavers towards the end of the match there. That was definitely something that caught us off guard. But and that Sunday on the cliff as well. Was not expecting that. The Sunday with all the maxes.
Was that the one at Granite or somewhere else?
That was insane. That was
Granite. Yeah, no,
you got Botzia. You got Botzia in the channel below, Deke.
Yeah, you guys want to talk with him here? You mind sharing the?
Oh yeah, get the legend in, man.
Oh, hell yeah. Manzia, you're here alongside the KN1 folks. Say hello to the cast. ...
I'm gonna push to talk.
There he is.
I was sitting here thinking, I'm gonna get on push. Howdy, guys.
Hey, man, good game, brother.
Oh man, what a game, man! It was. I think a very fantastic way to end the Outfit Wars for us in SFRI.
Yeah. How? It's bittersweet because I was saying this to the KN1 folks. I've so enjoyed getting a chance to cast a bunch of y'all's matches and seeing you come together, improve week over week, and I really wanted y'all to pull it out and chin your way into the playoffs, but just not to be had today.
Man, we over here in SFRI we were killing it. All the squad leaders working and everyone. I mean, it was a good match.
Yeah.
You guys played really well, despite being shorthanded. I commend you guys, especially for that last push you guys had at Nexus the first time. When you took it back, I was like, man, these guys are not quitting. They're not afraid to die. These guys are freaking courageous.
Oh, that last, yes. I remember that push.
My throat won't be the same after that, after yelling for people to push through that one. Shorthanded. Just tale of unfortunate time. Some reason we still don't know. Our outfit leader was out, and so I was on the ground. I don't know if you saw me there, both leading Alpha and Platoon leading at the same time. Not totally saying that, that led to our loss, but definitely didn't help. But no, I mean, we were going through this, and we're sitting here, and we're like, all right, KN1, last 3 matches, they've their air presence hasn't been terribly strong, and when it is, it's uncontested. So we're gonna stick to our guns. We're gonna stick to what we did for both VSTD and 17BR there, and want to see if we can take out their air in that opening and have the air control. And we just didn't. They did really great job in that opener, keeping that air up and taking ours out and just pounding us.
Thank you very much.
It was really well done. I can't really say much more about that. That was just really threw us for a loop.
The pilots really did give us a bit of trouble in the beginning there, because we didn't quite know how much you'd pull. But no, you guys did really well in the air.
Yeah, no, I mean, pilots I think were our biggest struggle in the last month for every match. And I don't know if they're listening, I pinged everyone in my server, but if they're listening or whatnot, I think they really showed themselves in this match. And my air leader, time and time again, I looked back at that map and boom, there's 6-7 more Reavers and a Dervish there, ready to go back in, time after time, even if they get smacked down. So I was really impressed with it.
Hey, Botzia, I'm curious of your perspective on this. My guys pulled a few maxes. I think you guys pulled a few more than we did. I'm not sure how my maxes performed, but I was watching some of the stream, some of Deke's stream, and at one point you guys had like 2 or 3 maxes at Argent Pass, and my heavies, like it was like an assembly line. They were just rocket. We killed like 3 maxes in like 10 seconds. Were your maxes, do you think that they were effective, or do you think that they were neutralized? Because I think this is an important thing for a lot of outfits who are in playoffs. Maxes cost a lot of nanites, So
unfortunately, I wasn't there at Argent Pass. I was busy having to deal with constantly dropping on the other base to defend.
No, I'm saying, like, in general, though, do you think your maxes were effective?
I think maxes have a place, on at least NC maxes for sure, on the attacker side of things. If I'm dropping into a point, into a building to hold it, and I've got some time and I can get a max in there, it's that absolute alpha damage shotgun blast that can just drop a person
right
as soon as they run through that door. I think is very effective versus having to push into a point, especially if you're running it right on the ground. Like you said, you're able to just line it up, and when you've got good infantry like KN1 who can just pound rocket after rocket after rocket into them, I mean, they're just sitting ducks. You're very right on that. It's a heavy nanite cost for something that, if done wrong, is just not useful.
Okay,
It's just a
because
waste of runs.
that's what I'm thinking. Is like there's got to be a cost benefit analysis for a lot of these outfits. It's like, especially with like orbital strikes. You dropped 2 orbital strikes on us at the end there when we were at Nexus Alpha. What was the thought behind that?
So I knew from the beginning that I was gonna have to dual OS. I did, if y'all got onto there, and hope to push everyone in. Unfortunately, like I said, I was having to lead Alpha Squad, and I forgot that when you drop one OS, it puts a 5-second timer on your person for dropping another. And I think really that the split time gave enough time for you and your people to get back together that you were able to just sit through it. The idea being, if I can get 2 OSs,
you could have had somebody else do it for you.
Yeah,
at the same time. Yeah.
So if I had thought about it in the moment there, had delegated one of my squad leaders, drop an OS right on the center at the exact same time.
And that was mostly to disorient and like not
disorient and
not
kill,
and,
but
wound.
But it will. I've seen it myself. I've done it myself. A second OS oftentimes will kill right through buildings, either via the small little circle, or via throwing you against the wall so hard that you take fall damage and die.
Right.
And so I was, not only was I banking on killing your maxes, which I know I did because I got 9 kills out of that.
You got 9 kills off those? I didn't know
off
that.
of those, yeah. Almost all maxes, and I think hothorns in there too. But throw you off, get some kills, get time for my people to push back up. Because right there, I saw Tarek out there controlling the corners there and really doing work. So not only did it help disorient you and hopefully kill some of you, but it also forced you back into an unfavorable position. At least that was what I was thinking.
I didn't realize that you killed so many maxes. Knowing that you killed that many maxes, those were great orbital strikes. If you hadn't killed maxes, though, I think that they might have been a waste because my guys were able to regroup very fast.
Luckily, even through the doors, it's that I don't know why, but I guess it's because it's technically maxes are a vehicle. But yeah, any OS through any building will kill a max unless it's. I think even anywhere, I think it will end a max.
Yeah, OSs are the ultimate cheese killers. It's very nice.
You're right about disorientating. I do remember you killing me. I wasn't killed by the orbital, but it disorientated me enough to throw me right in front of a door, and I had nothing but a white screen to look at, and I couldn't understand what I was looking at until I was staring at the barrel of a jackhammer.
Yeah. So that was the play. Get the full platoon, minus I guess my air squad who is still trying. Which kudos to y'all, your ability to swap that air in infantry. I could really tell. I could tell when my air squad just had nothing to do. They couldn't find a spawn. They were looking, but there was no air to fight. That was just wasted pop if they didn't have. Did
you have like a squad leader in charge of the air squad, or were you multi-managing them?
We had about
micromanaging.
We had a squad leader in charge. Roughly about I think 7 or 8 people in the squad for it. I just only had some 40 people.
Right.
And I could tell, like there were multiple times I'm telling him he needs to find whatever bus is there and kill it, stop y'all spawns, and he finds it, kills it, and then boom, 20 seconds later we're pushing back in, and there's 7 enemy reavers over top fighting mine as a bus rolls in again, which I think was really well done. And honestly, I think going forward, for if any outfits maybe listening, any outfit leaders, if you've got the shooters to hold the room, you can delegate people off of that building to make sure that you've got logistics and that you've got clear skies.
Yep.
That's
kind of what VCATs did against us. They didn't have a lot of people in the room. They had people on the outside in vehicles.
Yeah, and I mean, if I can hold off long enough, if I can hold my enemies off rather, long enough for my guys to get into air and to get on the ground, get into armor rather, then I can just absolutely wipe everything, whatever the enemy was trying to do. And as soon as they try to, they go, oh, they're in air and armor now, I can push back in on infantry. I can get them right back in. I got a bus right up there, or rather a beacon right outside the door. And if I don't have any air, I can't take out that beacon unless
I do want to say this. Noobynoob was squad lead for Delta Squad, and he does an amazing job of knowing when to quit and when to get on the ground, and also when to reassert air dominance. I think that Noobie has a lot of experience from leading puppy platoons on live, where he needs to know, like, hey, I need to get these guys out of these vehicles, or if these guys were out of these vehicles, we would have capped that base. And I think it's important. Yeah. It's really important to have squad leads who are in charge of armor or air squads who know when it's time to put feet on the ground.
Yeah, I do want to commend Delta though. They did a absolutely amazing job in listening orders. We did have a little break in cohesion at certain points, but overall it's been getting a lot better since match 1 and match 2. So I definitely want to commend them for that. I also want to commend you guys as Maxes from SFRI and the point hold at I can't remember what it is, the substation, the square base at the southern end of the map towards Nexus Alpha.
Yeah, it's gonna be
you guys did really good dropping that and redropping it, constantly putting a pressure on that. Every time we'd redeploy to try get back in the air, you guys had already dumped another squad's worth back on that point.
Man.
It was man
dropping. You know, I think I dropped Alpha Squad into that area like 6 times myself. Just gal drop in. Probably where my raspy voices come from is getting them to go right through that door. You know, I think I spent a lot of time in Righteous Killers, learning. That's really where I learned to play.
I remember you as Monzia, man.
And you know, one of the central kind of ideas is that blitzkrieg, you know, basically getting in there, breaking down the just getting in as fast as possible, hip firing in and disorienting, shooting, getting your people back up that passed away, and breaking the hold. It's even with my squad that I had to take over tonight, they did that fantastically.
Yeah, no, definitely. You guys did an amazing job breaching into that point and holding it in, just putting that timer on a delay. And you guys held that pretty well against, I think it was Bravo that was assaulting that lattice. But no, you guys did really well. We had to pull 2 squads off the front just to come and get you guys off the point. Yeah.
No, I mean, absolutely. It was I could tell, because man, did it kill me when I'm going, crap, there's now 24 people sitting on that point, and it's not people in the air or anything like that. It's just it's people on the ground. It was a pain in the butt.
I have to really commend the Argent pass hold, especially. You guys were phenomenal with drops, and absolutely otherworldly magical with how you just seem to materialize buses deployed out of seemingly nowhere. Like the bus on Granite Head Reactor at the beginning, we had no idea how you got that cloak bus right next to the usual spawn, like, what is it called? The Defender's spawn point.
Man.
It was just like, where did that come from? I'm sure we had the terminal. How did he get there?
I could not tell you. My Bravo squad, man, it saved us in the VSTD match, and it saved us here. The ability for them to just get buses and spawns out, I think, was absolutely phenomenal. It's funny. At the very beginning, at the Granite Head Reactor, there's a bus right next to A Point, just sitting there. That I don't think went down until y'all capped the base.
Oh yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. We were just befuddled. How did we miss this?
I don't know. You know, and I was fighting people off of it and everything. And it was just a good time.
Heck, I put my own bus right on top of the bridge where A is, and I didn't even manage to see it.
I got that bus.
I killed that bus. My bus being killed.
Oh man, that's great.
But yeah, my only regret about this last match is that you guys didn't have 48. I think that it would have been a lot more competitive. It was still really competitive because even with you guys being underpopped, it was still pretty competitive because you guys did a great job keeping us on our toes. But it really sucks that you weren't able to get 48. And I'm going to say this: it might be because PlanetSide 2 needs to, you know, get something in order so that there's a set time or a set day that people can plan this, you know, a month in advance. Not everybody is able to have free schedules. Some people have work. Some people have, you know, personal family engagements that they need to be committed to. So,
that's we almost lost you guys.
Yeah, and you know, I've got to agree. Going through this, having to reach out to friends of a friend, hey, you know, we need a warm body to come help us play. And
dude, I messaged my Facebook friend today to get someone to play.
Yeah, it's that exact thing, you know. And I think it's sadly I think it's a problem with a lot of PlanetSide's Outfit Wars in general. There, you know, you'll see many outfits even now that still have to bring in separate crew to help fill out that slot, just because sure, getting 48 people online when I hit at everyone can be good, but if I'm going to be competitive about it, I've got to have the right 48 people.
Exactly.
So it's hard, it's harsh, and I think I have enjoyed this one. I think I liked this one probably a little better than Outfit Wars Season 3. Maybe that's because I was in a leadership
if it wasn't
position.
for the hitching, if it weren't for the hitching, I would be 100% in agreement. But the hitching almost killed this for me.
I'm so glad it's gone now.
I was gonna say I'm very happy that we didn't have to deal with that this match. It would have just made this one even more unbearable. You know, maybe it would have helped me in the long run. But
this wouldn't have even been like a BM sort of a thing, but I was actually considering letting you guys win if the hitching was still a problem, because I didn't want to keep on playing this if there was going to continuously be that problem.
You know, I couldn't say I totally blame you. It was really bad. I think in the 17 BR match that third match.
The last VCAS match we played, like, we're a precision team. We like to shoot. We're infantry. And we're just getting farmed by laggy mag riders and shotgun light assaults and maxes, and it's like, what are we supposed to do here?
Oh yeah, 4 hitches a minute. 4.
That's nuts.
Yeah, I feel that it was tough. Yeah. So Deeg, you know, sorry to take over your channel.
No, it's a thing of beauty.
Oh yeah,
it's a thing of beauty. I'm such a fan of what just happened. Don't let me slow you guys down. I so enjoyed watching this matchup between y'all. I really agree that the one thing I would have asked for is a world in which both teams could have had a full roster. And I really hear you about just how hard it is to find 48 of the right people to play this game. It's hard.
It's a pain, and we've been fighting it since day one. We had 48 people. The first game we had 48 people in the platoon. We couldn't even get them all on the continent.
Right.
Couldn't even get them all on Nexus for the recursion match.
The caster bug taking up a slot, right?
I assume so. I have no idea. I still don't. I don't pretend to either. But
it
must have been that, but I don't know.
We had a glitch last match where one of our members joined and she was stuck in the observer cam. It was really bad.
I mean, it was unfortunate. You know, and I hope I haven't paid too much attention, but I do hope that the devs consider this still kind of an alpha. Because I think it's a working formula, and I think it can be a fun thing to do maybe say every 6 months. Maybe maybe once a year, you know, at the most. But I think it's something that can absolutely be perfected on. And even today, and in most of today's matches, we saw that there were very little bugs, no hitching, and all it was the show of skill on all parties.
I had one lag spike, and that was it.
Oh yeah, it was smooth as butter.
You know, and I consider one lag spike just to be the PlanetSide experience.
No, that's fine. It wasn't that big of a deal.
It would have been too smooth. It wouldn't have felt like PlanetSide.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't have a little bit of...
how were your guys struggling? I was so happy that my guys were blue, quote unquote, and you guys were red. I think it makes things less confusing.
Man.
But it was still kind of confusing because you guys are NC.
So this match, I think it was pretty simple. But let me tell you, in our first match where we were on red against VSTD, we did the same opener that we did here. Where we dropped into that center, got maxes up with an anvil bust to get some AA and logistics. And as we're flying all of our Reavers in, we're flying our Valkyries in, one of the shooters just blows up our anvils. They're all friendly anvils. It's on our Alpha Squad waypoint, but someone called it out, and man did his duty, shot it up, and there was no more anvil there, and I'm pretty sure our Alpha Squad then got forced off and had to do something else to stay alive.
Personally,
Luckily,
I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I think that they should just have default camos for each team in this. So like one team has, let's say, orange. They're all orange. The other team's all green.
Sure.
And that's it.
I definitely think if the code will allow it, as it is with this game, that some sort of off faction color would be absolutely necessary, absolutely fantastic.
But also, don't let people wear the custom camos just for this game type. I know that some people don't like that, but I think that everyone should look the same on the same team. That's it. And then people should look different on the other teams.
I'm telling you, man. Yeah. Cells camo. Just give them the faction cells camo. That'll do. It's bright red enough,
solid
bright blue enough. Yeah, even that.
Yeah. I think solid camo or cells. The problem again then is blue on blue action, and you're running into, unless they'd had to reskin the cells, which, I don't think would be a totally waste of dev time if they do decide to bring it back in this setting.
Because let's be real, having these ambiguous camos on live servers, kind of like a lol cac, they thought I was the enemy kind of a thing. But they want this to be a competitive, fun format, and I think that more people would have more fun if everybody knew exactly who the enemies were and everyone knew exactly who the allies were.
Yeah, it's tough for me to really disagree with that.
Yeah.
On an intellectual standpoint, I like my camos, but at the same, I like my outfit camos, and watching the stream here, I do still love watching all the yellow people running around.
Botzia, were any of your guys wearing industrial mix?
Oh, just to mess with us.
No, we I think they had instituted a safari outfit camo last week, and so we were wearing that.
I thought about reaching out to you and being like, "Hey, man, can you just not have any of your guys wear industrial mix?" That's going to be confusing.
I saw someone wearing these like yellow soccer ball camo, and for a second I'm like, "Wait, hold on a minute."
Yeah.
I need to shoot at that man. Oh, he's
luckily, luckily seeing the red really does help. Looking over their name, or blue, which it's still bugged me out though. Looking at I'm looking at the mini map. I'm going, oh crap, we've got reinforcements. Why don't I see their names? I see eight blue tickers going through.
Oh no.
Oh man, yeah.
And I'm like, all right. Oh shoot, they're on the roof.
Dude, that happened to me in the second match, and I was like, oh, that place is fine. And then one of my officers was like, Odiogn, they're capping the base. I'm like, oh, it's not us.
Yeah. So I definitely feel that. Overall, I do like the ability for blue on blue. I think it's a pretty fantastic tool.
They just need
but yeah, I think absolutely. And I think that's what this is here for.
I think y'all are rewriting the book on NC versus NC. Like, there's this reputation the NC have of being team killers and just kind of being these, complete mercenaries. Yeah. But listen to you guys. This is such brotherly love flowing back and forth.
Well,
I love to see it.
KN1 only blows up bad Sunders. That's all we blow. That's the closest we come to TK.
Me and Odiogn, I've been running around on the ground with Odiogn for a long time now. There's been ups and downs, as there is with every game, but I definitely, he's been around the block. I've been around the block. Sometimes we've walked it together, and there's nothing good that comes out of fighting, or disagreeing with someone if they're on their same team, right? At the end of the day, we're both blue. It's just a competitive event on the outside.
We're yellow.
Oh, shut it, Odie.
Yeah.
Monzia, I want to call something you said earlier too about this feels like a format that could be perfected and come back regularly in some way. I really love that idea as a caster, for me, more Outfit Wars is better because I don't have to organize anybody. But like, I can do this once a quarter, no problem.
Just show up.
I do.
Yeah.
I do remember season 3 of Outfit Wars. And that's the one that I actually got to play in because just of how everything turned out with the teams I was on. But they did 1, 2, and 3. If I recall, 1 and 2 were only a couple months away from each other. With 3 being February, sometime around that in 2021. I say I want to. I may be wrong.
Sounds right, man. I don't remember.
That kind of the kind of difference between then and now was, I think, too long. Honestly, if they wanted to do something like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a returning event every time, maybe once a year.
I don't even think it should be an event. I think it should just be a ladder. It should be an outfit ladder system, and every single week or month or every 2 weeks, if you want to challenge someone above the ladder of your outfit, you challenge them, you set the match date with that other outfit, and then that's it.
Oh, I love that idea. That reminds me of old school competitive Half-Life, man. That same kind of idea.
Oh, I remember those.
OGL, if anyone knows what that is.
Well, think about it, Botzia. Okay, let's say Safari is like ranked number 5 on the outfit ladder list, and let's say KN1 is number 20 because we haven't been participating. And I go online, I can challenge Safari to a match, and then you have like 7 days that you can pick from, and you could pick like maybe like the top 3 best days for your outfit, and then I have to pick between one of those 3 days, and then on that day we meet up and we do 48 versus 48, and like whoever wins gets on top of the ladder, and whoever loses goes down a little bit on the ladder, and that's it.
I don't know. I think PlanetSide at its core is a game based on the fact that it's basically all kind of it's a voluntary thing, but at the same time, there's that idea of working together, right, and being together, and I think that's just too on the nose, too soon, too uncoordinated. I think for something like that to work in this game. I mean, there's a reason with things like Lane Smash and Community Smash and these other big kind of events that are sort of like this. That's what they are. They're events. They're here, they're scheduled, and they're planned. So, like you said, that people can get together and can make a schedule and can play when they need to. And I just think it won't work in the current climate, especially with the idea of mid-fits kind of ruling. Your outfit that gets 12 to 24 gets on Saturday night to play together at 8 p.m. and they get 2 squads on and they run around on the continent and blow stuff up or play or whatnot, and then they log out until next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Things with Outfit Wars is if I'm a mid-fit and I want to play Outfit Wars, I go and get along with another outfit, a la Safari and Sinks, right? And we schedule it out. We know that, hey, we're going to have a match on one of these 2 days, 4 weeks in a row, minimum, and we need 48 people every day.
Yeah.
And,
well, that's another thing, too, is that they incorporated the Outfit Alliances thing. Like,
yeah, I think, I think if Outfit Alliances work, and originally I think everyone kind of was under the impression that Outfit Alliances would be for Outfit Wars specifically.
Right.
Yes.
And the devs just apparently either weren't able to get it implemented in time, or just decided that it's not going to be for Outfit Wars and have something else, right, entirely.
Well, maybe you don't need it for Outfit Wars. There seem to be enough teams playing in it.
Yeah, and I mean, my outfit Sinks, we swap quite a lot, so we don't have we don't have that problem of being able to just leave an outfit and join another one. I can't say the same for other outfits. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know, but I just think the idea that
some people are very proud of their outfit tags and stuff, and so let's say KN1 could only get 30 guys this season. Maybe if I could have been like, hey, RTPS, will you play with us? And I could do an outfit alliance with RTPS, and we could just be like this double outfit, KN1 / RTPS, whatever, in game, like that would have been nice. It would have been easy to do, and this way they don't have to give up their tag.
Shooty.
Yeah, those guys.
And, I get that I can't totally disagree with. I think something like that is great. I think it's needed. I mean, coming from, like I said, I play in right, and I know that they didn't want to do it. We didn't want to do it in right unless they're gonna have outfit alliances and we could team up with our friends, rather than have to leave and make a conglomerate outfit. I mean, look at mid. Just an outfit of 4 people, an outfit of 4 different outfits that come together to play.
How cool would it have been if you could just if it could have just showed that it's 4 outfits, like they keep their tags. That would have been nice.
Yeah, you're right, because that sort of is what is happening effectively anyway. In order to get 48 people are sort of cobbling alliances together. Like there's even the Terran Alliance, the Iron Forge Alliance on those servers.
I think there's one outfit that I could name, besides probably KN1. I guess us was able to get 48 people together, and I think that would be like AODR, SKL, 2RAF, exactly. These big, quote unquote, Zerg fits, that have lots of members, NCCR, that don't have to combine people or don't have to combine with other outfits to play this.
Yeah, I mostly just had to recruit like crazy a couple of weeks before Outfit Wars.
Yeah, and the problem with that, from what I've seen in the past with past Outfit Wars, is the quote unquote explosion of outfits because of it. Looking at outfits like 8sec in after Outfit Wars 2.
Oh yeah.
Just gone. Went hard, got all 48 people. They were all 8sec players. Not very many of them were ringers at all. They were either in 8sec, had already been in 8sec, or were recruited to 8sec. And then bye goes Vex, and bye goes 8sec.
Yeah. There was another thing that happened, Manzia, that I noticed when I was watching parts of the stream. You guys did a really good job of backcapping Bravo Squad on that southern lattice a couple of times. They were out in the field ready to skirmish when you guys spawned in the spawn room, and you guys just did a drop behind them and took the base. That was really well done.
That's something that playing this game as much as I have, I've really learned is people will push up. They'll push up to spawn camp.
It's conditioning.
And when you're a fast-paced, quick-moving outfit, say like Sinks is, we know that, and we're gonna drop in on your butt, and we're gonna drop in, and we're gonna get that point. We're gonna set up and wait for y'all to come back, and that happened. I know quite a lot on Nexus. There was once or twice there that we dropped in and wiped it out. Or we dropped in, there was 2 people sitting on the point, like the engineers, and we got to hold the rooms waiting for Tarek and the others to run back in to be gunned down.
Tarek went beast mode this match, man. He got something kills.
But man, I do think I had like a 10 KD against Tarek. I'm just saying. I dropped that poor man I dropped that guy like 14 times. It was really, I kind of was like...
Dude, there was a time when you dropped on Argent Pass and I was the only person in that building, and I just see like a grouping of dots look at the door and everyone's looking at me like, free food.
I think that
man.
Dean picked it up. The best play that I did during this Outfit War against Safari was I placed a Cordium bomb with 30 seconds left at Ardent Pass.
Man, this Cordium bombs, I was thinking about that when we were watching over Deeg's stream here. Those Cordium bombs kicked butt, man.
Dude, I killed like 7 people with that Cordium bomb. You guys dropped last second to try to save the base, and you guys all dropped onto my Cordium bomb. I got like 6-7 kills.
Yeah, I was in that drop. I remember.
It was the perfect coincidence.
It was a great Cordium bomb. It really
Why
was.
haven't we seen more Cordium bombs? I haven't seen any before today.
It requires the high IQ, Deeg. You gotta have the high IQ.
Not as favored.
Gamer instincts. I
would say it's just not as useful as dampeners and sky shields. Is kind of
you can.
It's true. It really isn't as useful.
Yeah, a dampener anywhere, useful all the time, no matter what. I mean, sure, it's not letting you survive too much explosions, but if I can sit right next to a grenade or a random grenade gets tossed next to me, it'll pick me. It'll keep me up.
Same thing with the caltrops. You have to think about where you put those. Just as the same. Instead of like blocking, you have to just funnel. I know someone put a caltrop on the Nexus base, on the last base you guys had, and it stopped my Sunday from getting under the base. I'm like, somebody break this quick! I need to get under. I'm getting shot by air.
Yeah, so one caltrop basically stopped your Sunder for at least a little while.
Yeah. No, I mean those utility slot items are awesome. They
very
definitely
underutilized in many cases.
I agree. I think a lot of them, a couple of them rather, are not so much slept on, just kind of, I don't know. They could be used better. They're hard to use, like you said, and
yeah, Monzia, pleasure. Thanks for giving us a good fight.
No, man, it was a fantastic time, and I really we were going in this, we knew you had good shooters. We were just hoping that we were hoping you were still gonna be stubborn in your old ways.
Yeah. we pulled some maxes.
But I think it was a fitting end. It was fun.
Good game, man.
Sorry, we were the ones that had to give it the end, man.
Hey, man, you know what?
Better a friend.
We held you off longer than we held off recursion. So at the end of the day, it wasn't the hardest fight we had.
Oh, it was tough.
It's a veiled compliment.
Oh, it was fine.
But no, it was a good time. It was a good time. And yeah, I mean, Deeg, if you have any other questions or things for us,
Odiogn, do you have any other questions?
No, I was just super curious of his perspective on the match since it was a mirror matchup with NC. But yeah, I think I'm good.
Cool, man. Cool, everyone. Well, thanks to everyone, Monzia from SFRI, Hothorns, Noobynoob, and Odiogn from KN1 for giving us a great match and giving us the breakdown, having a fun talk about it. I really look forward to watching KN1 in the playoffs. And the next time this comes back around, Safari, I want to see y'all come back strong again, or I at least want to see you, Monzia, whatever it is you're doing.
I look forward to it, man, and hopefully, maybe next time around, I'll be with the bigger boys up in Wright.
Cool.
And
yeah, I hope that Wright can get involved. You guys got some good players in there, and I really like Doc.
It'll be a fantastic time if we're able to. So, but yeah, thank you for having me, Deeg. Thank you for casting our matches all month. It's been a pleasure being able to come and talk and discuss this game that is so near and dear to my heart.
Right back at you, brother.
So,
yeah, thanks a lot, Deeg. Appreciate it.
The casters made a whole schedule. That was high effort, insane. Each match had someone watching it.
Yeah, the PSB folks have been knocking it out of the park. I've been to the side of their whole operation, but it's just impressive how many people are coming out to make sure these matches get covered. Really cool. And I'm just happy to be part of it.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
all
GG,
right,
friends. We'll see you all again soon, I hope. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the Outfit Wars, I guess.
Take it easy, guys.
It is.
Take it easy, man.
Take care. Have a good
Peace.
night.
Good night.
That was excellent. That was excellent. You know, I got to get Odiogn on here more often. Makes it easy on me. That was beautiful. Ah. Rudy Tooty, no Neil and Shooty from Henry. Yeah, some really fun ideas thrown around in that. The idea of like a challenge bracket for Outfit Wars. I like that idea. I think it'd be a lot of extra work for the RPG team. So I don't know, but Rel is, I think, quite iterative and experimental, and Rel and Co, I should say, the whole team, when it comes to approaching the Outfit War. So I think we'll see continuous iteration, but I think there's also a high hope that what we have here this time around is like the 1.0. You know, it is like, this is the real starting point for Outfit Wars. And after watching these couple matches and seeing no hitches, the map works. People enjoy playing it. I enjoy casting it. Kai, you got a dire rep in my Discord for later on today. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. I really, really enjoy the interviews. Okay. So here's the deal, stream friends. We have about an hour until the next match. We have about an hour. And that match will be FEFA, the Iron Forge Alliance versus TTA, the Terran Alliance. It's an alliance battle. And that match pre-game starts in 40 minutes with the match proper kicking off in about an hour. So here's what's going to happen. I am going to step away from the stream for about 10-ish minutes. I need to go help my poor sick wife with a couple things and grab myself a quick bite, and I'll be back. And we'll chill and probably watch over some VODs of the other Outfit Wars matches that are going on. Maybe find a couple of community members to talk to and see how things are going. In any case, if you want to just vibe until 1 hour from now, set your timers. That's the next match. And I think it's going to be a good one. So why don't I put on the Deeg stream, as if you didn't have enough already. And y'all can enjoy a little bit of a replay while I'm gone. Which hopefully won't be long. Let me make sure this is all coming through. Yeah, should be okay. The rumblings of Steel Rain can be heard overhead, and the match has begun. Neil No One versus the Safari on the Nexus. Outfit Wars Week 4. Be right back, folks. Enjoy. KN1 seems to be grabbing an early advantage in the air. I'm zooming in here over Bitter Gorge Garrison, which is 2 out of 3 in favor of Safari. They've got the A and the B point. I don't see any armor on the ground yet. The Safari folks, they have an ant here. What else do they have going on? C point has no one on it. It looks like KN1 is not committing any ground forces to Bitter Gorge yet. Scratch that. I'm seeing Talese drop. And probably going to try to steal a point here to slow down the Safari crew. Let's see what Talese does. Going to flip the point here at A. Good play by KN1. What a heads-up play. I love this. And we're seeing another one by Pokey. It looks like going to try to flip the C point. Let's have a look at the other neutral bases. I'm going to fly over to Granite Head Reactor now. Granite Head is another story of red. Safari have committed to the Granite Head Reactor. They have a 2-to-1 pop advantage, and they're positively pelting this poor Galaxy. Sergeant Bob gets out just in time, but is left feeling a little lonely on top of this powerhouse at B. Let's see how Safari have deployed themselves here. Typical Sunderer spot here next to the powerhouse. Nothing yet. Oh, but here it is. It's actually crept up a little closer. The Sunderer is nice and cozy. Wow, I love that Sunderer spot. Okay, what have we got? Zooming in here at the C point on top of the triple stack, we can see Safari's got a max presence, they got medics, they got everything, man. They just got Granite Head unlocked. But it looks like the A point flips towards KN1. This fucking A point is such a pain in the ass for anyone trying to flip this base. Friendly Henry flying in with his Valkyrie. Shout out to Henry. And, trying to fuck some shit up. Looks like he's trying to get an angle on this Safari spawn point. Oh my god, this is brutal. Vehicle on infantry action. Love to see it. Okay, alright. Powerhouse still comfortably in command of Safari, despite KN1 slowly creeping in. KN1's play seems to be a little bit more patient than Safari. They're staying in the air, they're retaining the dominance over the lanes. Seeing a few Reavers flying overhead, Radical Edward, Reaver to be named later. Heavy Anvil dropping in over Granite Head. And a Sunderer is coming up from KN1. Oh my god. KN1's making the play. So here's the story with these middle bases. They all take about 2 minutes. I believe it's 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Someone correct me on that if I have it wrong. It's around 2 minutes to flip if you have all 3 points. The trick is they're all 3-point bases. And so you're not likely to have all 3 points for the duration of the cap. Checking in here on Bitter Gorge to see how things are going. We have a fight here with KN1 in control of the north and Safari trying to hang on to the south, but KN1 pushing them out with that aerial dominance. But Safari's counter-dropping. Let's see if they can push them off. And damn, with the air to ground. It's filthy. It's filthy. And KN1 will counter-push the counter-push. It's just hard to go wrong when you got an air hammer flying around above you. Okay. I'm seeing a Safari Sunderer actually underneath A. It doesn't look like it's going to last very long, though, especially if that Reaver figures out where it is. Safari are spawning in, though. They're going to make a go of it. It's not really... Yeah, and there it goes. Popped as predicted. An unsupported Sunderer is like a hangnail. He just gets ripped off, and it's always painful. 30 seconds and change for KN1 to flip Bitter Gorge. As Safari goes back towards the B point, they're not letting this go. Coming in from this this beacon, and it looks like they rolled up a Sunderer to the south, while the one in the middle distracted. I'm gonna pull up the big map here for a second. We're about 5 minutes in. And it looks like a KN1 has also flipped Arizak SATCOM hub, and they're already moving in on the Nexus Secure substation. These bases are 4 and 40 second cap timers. And either of these, Argent or Nexus Secure, will give KN1 the Kingmaker, which is the lattice connection to the Nexus Alpha, which, when the fight is there, it is the only fight that matters. Let's see if Safari can respond in time. Uncertain if there was even a fight here at Arizak, to be honest. There often is not. Here is Nexus Secure with KN1. 2 minutes and counting, and there is nobody here. Safari needs to just get a fire team in here and not let this thing stand. This is scary to me for Safari. I hope they're tracking it. Following Hot Doge on his Valkyries, he comes in over Bitter Gorge Garrison. Safari continuing to battle it out here while the Nexus Secure substation ticks away to 0. They're dropping in on the A point. KN1 caught off guard, but can they respond? Not in time for Safari, though. Drop not enough to prevent KN1 from flipping the point. Safari will continue to battle it out as KN1 wisely withdraws. And a battle has begun at the Nexus Secure substation. Let's see if KN1 can hold it. A KN1 Air is vulturing over the powerhouse. Just waiting for Safari to make a drop or to try to come in from the spawn room. KN1 is being so smart about this. They have all the pop here. 2-1. Every Safari body here is wasted right now. Like, they're short. They need two times, 5 times the number of people here to make a difference. Safari not ready to fight here. KN1 looking very confident. And Safari is now at a 6 bases to 3 disadvantage, where they absolutely have to do something in the next minute and a half in order to prevent being throttled back to their Nexus base and fighting for their lives. Still 390 points to win in this match, and Safari absolutely needs to win a majority of those to have any chance at making it into the playoffs. And, let's not forget, they also have to win, which KN1 doesn't. Safari flips the point around the powerhouse. I think that Pops might be a little sluggish to update here. I don't think the Hex Pop is accurate. Safari with a foothold of, it's like a few medics and a couple of heavies. No maxes for them. And KN1 just poking in from the doors. I see a medic revive outside of door 2 as they flex over to door 3, but oh, the Safari infiltrator, whose name like Slashed, it looks like, gets the peek, goes down, gets punished, as is appropriate for all infiltrators, but not quite enough for KN1 to push in. Cheese attempts to peek, but goes down. Plenty of time for KN1 to get back here, and if I'm honest, it looks like they've already done it. Push in from Skinny. The man with the flaming blue head and his friends are enough. Safari buy themselves another minute or two while they continue to fight a losing battle at Bitter Gorge Garrison, and as soon as this goes back to Safari, they can put a hack on an Argent Pass. I mean, sorry, back to KN1. They can put a hack on an Argent Pass and just put a stymie anything at Bitter Gorge. But KN1, they seem pretty comfortable right now. Here comes Botzia with the Galaxy Drop off the northwestern corner of the Nexus Secure substation. Oh no, they dropped outside the base? I think they were hoping to get back in so they can drop inside the base. Oh no! Oh, nice jump. Nice jump. Alright, so no, the Safari drop is so unfortunate. They've been split right as soon as they got here. They have less than a minute. Where are they? No! Okay. Let's figure out what Safari's going to do about it. Looks like the Safari aerial assault trying to keep the skies clean as Friendly Henry dodges a beating over the Nexus Secure SATCOM. 30 seconds. Oh, the point's being flipped in for Safari. They must have actually gotten into the point. Oh, man. We need to see some more red in here. And if Safari pushes all their guys in here, then KN1 can just flip over and take Bitter Gorge and Argent Pass. And the caster receives a phone call. 3 minutes and counting for Safari to reclaim their home base here. Nexus secure. And in the meantime, as predicted, KN1 locks down Bitter Gorge and moves on immediately to Argent Pass. And as much as Safari has been struggling to hang on to this powerhouse, The double stack over at Argent Pass is eminently holdable for an attacking force. Seeing the KN1 blue at the Nexus base already. Let's have a look here. Yeah, here's where all the action is. Look at this. KN1 in and out of the powerhouse. Y'all enjoy the scenery over Argent Pass while I get up and close my door, because I am being a loud son of a bitch. Hey, here's Safari. Get it done, boys. Let's see it. Okay, we're back, and the point still is in KN1 hands, but there aren't that many blue on the point. I'm seeing Safari creeping in from the bottom, and it looks like they're going to get a flip on. Well, I don't know what KN1 did here. It looks like they might have gotten a little too confident, pushed out. Well, that didn't work, and now here comes a Safari max push. They're ready to make their stand here at the Argent Pass. The oncoming storm and his Skyguard was the Safari Armor Corps responding to the aerial dominance of KN1 and saying, "You shall not fly over my fucking base." Bitter Gorge Garrison. Oh, there's a lot of... No, okay. The Hex Pop just updated. Not much going on here. It's the KN1 Valk pilot trying to fly in. Not sure what the thought was there. Here comes a KN1 counter drop of about a fire team on Safari. I don't think it's enough to... Oh, hang on. There's people on the bottom. Some dead warriors. They can get a res grenade off. I think one just went off from Hunter Ace. There it goes. But the Safari max presence is thick here. You can see some C4s flying. It's just... Oh, KN1, boys. Neil Noah, motherfucker. That was a poetic push. That was nice. Safari still here, but just getting out-punched by KN1. All right, let's pull back for a moment. Check the big map. Nexus Secure has gone to KN1. The moment of truth really is hitting now, with Argent Pass ticking down 3.5 minutes for KN1 and an active lattice link on the Nexus Alpha, which just got hacked. Safari flips it back. It was a feint. But he's still here. Ooh, KN1. Coming up through the Western Powerhouse. This Max is going down. He's trying to get away. Now the real gaming has begun. Safari just getting cut down. Man, these KN1 boys, they're looking pretty sharp. They're looking pretty sharp. They're cohering very well. They're staying together. I mean, I guess that means the same things at two different ways. It looks like even though they had earlier air dominance, they're not overly relying on it right now. I like to shut up and enjoy the air fights. At the Nexus Alpha, it looks like while we weren't watching, KN1 was pushed off the point, but they still have a lot of mans here. Buy themselves a lot of time. Argent Pass. Let's have a look at the action over there. 7 bases to 2 for KN1, and they already have a 2-to-1 point advantage. 200 points to 100. Even if Safari at this point did the impossible and flipped the map and got all the remaining points, they would be finishing the game with about 300 points, which would put them at just under 1,000. So, okay. I mean, from a technical perspective, the playoffs are not quite extinguished for Safari. From a technical perspective, they're still there. The light is still alive. As Safari ambles themselves out of the spawn room here at Argent Pass, always a dicey play. These infantry corridors end up being just kill zones for anyone popping out of the double stack. Really, if you're fighting outside the double stack, you don't want to have to fight at all outside the double stack if you're the attacking force. Or should I say the defending force trying to shake a point hold. Safari dropping in on the double stack. But it's not going to be enough. 5 seconds. And the Argent Pass falls to KN1, leaving only 1 base left for them. Oh, look at the skirmish over the Nexus Alpha. There's a little bit of panic in those flight controls. You can see it. Everyone's rushing for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Safari slogging their way from the point, just like the Argent Pass. This is not what you want. Okay, this is what you want. The air to ground. Yep. That's good. That'll keep the KN1 from at least pushing their advantage outside the base. As the defending faction, it's sort of... it's a way to allow your spawners to get in, but spawning from the spawner is not the fastest way to get... Oh, but look at this push from Safari from the spawn room as I'm shit-talking it. They're flipping the point red, and KN1 is forced to fall back. Safari not going quietly into the night. Oh, but KN1 is just taking a tactical retreat. They have not lost the point. They've merely allowed it to flip for a moment, and only a moment it is this counter push. These KN1 heavies. Those straight knees, no kneeling happening. Ooh. Watching these KN1 infantry is like watching waves in the ocean. They all fall back and they all flood in. It's kind of beautiful. And here comes... Is that a double orbital strike? From Safari? Yes, it is. More is better. And that presaging a spawn room push from Safari. KN1 Air is not far away, but they're also not paying attention. Safari is allowed to get a toehold in the doorway here. And oh my god, what a kill zone. Jesus Christ. This is brutal. Oh. 5 minutes left for Safari to pull off one of these miraculous... Look at this. Look at these brave soldiers of the Safari. They're fighting lions and tigers. And are they winning? Oh, they had it there. Look at this little corner. Okay, got excited about all the dead nameplates. Res grenade goes off. Oh, Safari! No! I'm smelling the death of the Safari. I'm worried. KN1. Taking this match by storm and not just looking like they're about to win it. Like they're about to bully their way into the playoffs. If KN1 takes this will be their third win, and they'll be one of the 4 to 5 teams that makes it into the playoffs automatically by achieving their third win. Safari hanging on for dear life, trying to eke out win number 2 and get enough points so that they can be in the top 1 to 2 outfits with 2 wins, but looking a bit grim for the new conglomerate Safari right now.
Rise to the moment you can prevail. Clear out of that area.
What's Safari gonna do? Here it is. This is the response. They have 3 minutes. Let's see how they use it. They're forming up in the warp gate. 2 galaxies. A couple of Reavers to support. And they're just hovering. They're allowing the KN1 air to get themselves slaughtered through the warp gate shields. Biding their time. KN1 forces just waiting. A little bit of an armor battle playing out here on the western side of the Nexus, with Sassy Papaya getting knocked out of their tank and then cut down. Filter Shakes makes it into the road, but is getting archered from right in the asshole. That's gotta feel bad. And trying to get this KN1 Sunderer. I get it now. I get it. They're going for the spawn points. And here comes the KN1 Orbital Strike, which is going to hit right into the heart of the Safari counter push. Destroys their Sunderer. Oh, no. Okay, they still have a toehold here. Hey friends, wife has helped, and food has been secured. We got a little bit of pesto chicken action going, a little bit of iced coffee. Gear up for the next match. Time check. We're actually pretty close. I actually was gone for a lot more than 10 minutes. So we have 12 minutes till warm-ups and 32 till game time for Ironforge Alliance versus Terran Alliance on Connery. So let's chill out a little bit. Let's enjoy some food and maybe a little bit of Planetside content. How about a break from Outfit Wars, though? See what we can find for as Planetside content goes. You know what we should do? Iced coffee is the shit, man. I was sitting down there. I was like, should I take the extra couple minutes to ice this coffee? And I was like, fuck yes, I should. It's exactly how it went down. There's this great podcast I want to show some love to. I didn't quite finish it, so I'm actually going to fire it up and we can listen to it while we eat. I'll drop the link here in the chat for anyone who wants to listen over on the channel proper and throw those guys a sub. I hope they keep doing it. Where is it? Scrolling. All summer long. Scrolling. Got it. So this is the I can't see because of my cat. The Fixing Planetside podcast on the Echo Chamber. It's their first episode focused on infantry, their pilot episode. Let's pick it up 41 minutes in. Here's the link. Show these guys some love. Check them out. Make sure they do more episodes. We got to keep the Planetside podcast sphere going.
And so yeah, sure. I'll start up with the.
Turn my camera off while I eat.
So, the infiltrator, at its core, at least how I understand it, and I think, looking at, what weapons he can equip and what abilities he brings to the battlefield, these are his strength, right? He can go invisible, he can flank, and he's relatively secure from a lot of, other predatory forces on the battlefield, like, hash lightning or so. You can evade 90% of the grievances you can have with a game if you just play infill, right? And so
that's it.
Exactly. And essentially you're a flanker, you're a saboteur, you can hack terminals, etc. You can disrupt, and you can start fights as well.
French
right?
people will love this playstyle because they can cloak and retreat. But yeah,
True.
and Schmidty does too.
No. and yeah, I'm not French though, disclaimer. But okay, so let's move on to the hunter cloak, right? This is a big point of contention, the cloaks in particular, because a lot of experienced players will hate the bolt for exactly the reason I've just named, right? It's a one-shot headshot kill together with the most secure playstyle in the game, right? If you want, you can play like a
fucking
complete rat,
bolters,
never die, and one-hit kill people, right? And so that is fundamentally unfun. Okay, I think hunter cloak in particular has to become an equipable item in order to work. Imagine like in Team Fortress where the spy has to, look at his watch, right? Or like, you take out a walkie-talkie, you're invisible. You can't take your sniper out, right? Like because you're...
They said bad things about your playstyle, Henry. Resto kits with Carapace have been kind of doo-doo for a long time. What did they say about it?
Your hand is full, so it becomes, unequipable, like a motion spotter that only works while you hold it. Okay, and that prevents bolters from abusing their client-side advantage and making it, so that exactly this one shot doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah.
And of
they
course,
can't uncloak and shoot immediately, right? They have to switch from the cloaking thing they have in their hand to the bolt, and you uncloak and then you equip the bolt.
Yes.
So then the enemy player has the opportunity to see you and do something about it if the infill moves in a bad way. So he has to think more about his movement, and and that's
and the time to uncloak, right? This is the main. So and
no
if you then
anymore.
Exactly, and I mean there will be, but right, that's
in the same way.
Not with the cloak exactly. And so the thing is that now you have you can still hide from tanks, you can still move around unseen, you can still flank easier, but you can't abuse your bolt that aggressively anymore. And the reason I think it should be an equipable and not an ability, or you can call an ability whatever, but that it's something with an animation behind, right? Is that think about it, if it was just a cooldown and I ADS while I'm invisible and I look at your head and then I uncloak and I try to shoot, but I can't shoot for like a second or so, and that would just feel absolutely horrendous. So instead, make it that you have to pull up your your bolt out of your pocket again. Okay.
Delete infiltrators. Medium assaults may not exist. Medics rolls to revive. That sounds awful. Yeah, I'm not sure if medics are not as overpowered as I thought they were, or if I'm just not as good at it as I thought I'd be. But I never get as much mileage out of it as a lot of people seem to. Heavy is a very easy I win button by comparison. The overshield, much stronger sustain for I think the average player. Before this, I think one of the last things that they said before I turned this recording on about Infiltrator is that the idea, one way to deal with the bolting, one of the suggestions was motion spotter, bolting, or stealth. Pick two. I thought that was an interesting perspective. Another one sounded something like decloak should be on aim down sights, not on shoot. I kind of thought that was interesting too. Apparently I just spaced out during the medic part of this conversation.
So that is Hunter Cloak. Then we move to the Stalker Cloak. Controversial opinion. Stalker Cloak has to get removed completely.
Yeah.
And the reason it has to be completely removed is that it has no added benefit that any of the other cloaks give you. Right? You are invisible, and you can and like, you know, with the Hunter Cloak you need to dose your usage, so there is some player interaction there, and yeah, Stalker Cloak essentially has no place in the game than worsening the experience arguably for everybody, right? Because you limit yourself to pistol usage only, and all you do is kill people that are reloading, and then you get killed by their friend, right? And right, even the best quote unquote Stalker Cloakers on the server, right? Whatever best constitutes, let's if you purely look at the stats,
we all know who we're talking about on Cobalt.
Yeah, are completely non-factors. I've never seen a more irrelevant character than that on the battlefield, right? And it's not that he's necessarily a bad player, just that the play style itself brings nothing to the game but annoyance.
It doesn't bring
it's
anything
stripped.
positive.
Exactly, right? And it also has no usage that the other cloaks couldn't do, right? Like,
I died to have after the light assault section.
That has no place in the game.
I'm not sorry, it just shouldn't be.
I don't remember, man.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think I must have been doing other shit while I listened to this, so I don't remember the details. What was I doing? I think I was working. Yeah, I was trying to avoid work, but instead of doing that, I just worked badly and listened badly at the same time. Classic gamer move. Oh, god damn, I love food. Now we move on to coffee. I want to go back, actually, to the start of this video. You know what? Maybe I'll do this some other time. I only got a couple more minutes of watching before we start casting again. So, let's just keep going.
Broken.
It's just how it is.
It's not broken.
I mean, broken.
That it's OP. It's just broken.
Exactly.
It's annoying. It has.
Yeah, it's like a bike that's broken. It doesn't work. Like, has no purpose, right? And so, yeah. Okay, Nano Armor Cloak. This one is a little controversial. I thought about this for a while because I thought, an infiltrator is fundamentally squishy. You have, you sting like a bee, right?
Yeah.
And you're, squishy like a butterfly, whatever. You get the idea, okay? But the thing is that actually, if you play an SMG or a scout rifle, and by scout rifle I mean, also DMR. By scout rifle, I particularly mean the automatic scout rifles. Your time to kill is very bad. And unless you play like the Gladius or exactly, right? Yeah. And so I think it warrants that Nano Armor Cloak can stay if it exclusively gets restricted, to use SMGs and automatic scout rifles only, right? Because then you become like an infantry grunt and you can warrant this, you can get away with yeah, with the with that essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Sayl, why don't you explain to us what the heavy assault should get?
So the heavy assault, right? The heavy assault is meant to have more HP, so to do more. He has more uptime. At least that's what he should be designed to do.
Heavy assault, high HP, high uptime. That should be the design. It's a pretty built-up place to start from, but okay, let's see what he has to say.
And at the moment, he isn't, because nahyeah got removed. So it basically put it more on par with the other classes, but it doesn't really have any big game-changing ability.
Hang on. Didn't nahyeah not work with heavy assault shields? And doesn't that mean that removing nahyeah actually widened the gap between heavy assault and other classes? Kai likes to provoke me into a rage, I think. We'll see if it actually happens.
It still has the shield, but it's just a little bit more HP, and it's not that much anymore. So the heavy's role is to just tank, be able to tank more, have more uptime.
Be able to tank more?
And be a bit more in its old role. So the heavy should.
I think that So okay, so the way or the reason I came up with this idea, right, in a way that they will propose soon, I guess, is that so the heavy has relatively low DPS weapons. Now people's eyebrows will go up, you know what?
My eyebrows
I can get one frame by some sweaty heavy, you know, even now. Yeah, but the thing is that a carbine or an assault rifle kills you way, way quicker. The reason, you know, people play the heavy is because not that you have high DPS weapons, you have relatively low DPS weapons, but
you can sustain yourself.
Exactly, right? Over a prolonged fight, you have the most DPS in the game, but not in the short term, right?
I sort of agree with that, actually. I just don't think the DPS difference is high enough to justify the HP difference. But I don't know. These are just my shitty-ass light assault hot takes. Delete heavy assault.
Because you have more bullets in your mag, right? And so, right now, the heavy is so squishy.
That mag size? The mag size is actually so fucking important. So important. I was playing my TR light assault with Space War Pigs while they were still TR. Rip that. And the Jaguar with 40 rounds? Wow. Beautiful gun. I don't miss the, 857 RPM of the Serpent when I'm using that gun.
His whole concept falls apart, right? Yeah. You have lower DPS weapons. All the good heavy players I know, right? Or not all, but there's a lot of them, right? That started either flying or just playing medic, right? Yeah. You can just pick up a HV45 and do everything that heavy does now, but better, right? And so, and people.
Oh man, they really got to back this up.
Also fail to really. I'm not quite sure. I crunched the numbers on this, and the nahyeah removal on the heavy makes it so that you effectively lost about, I think it was 600 to 800 HP, right? Because the 20% damage gets applied to each layer of the heavy individually, at least from what I could gather. And so that means you lost 20% of your overshield, 20% of your shield, and 20% of your actual.
I gotta turn this off. I actually can't listen to this. It's making me mad. Kai, you're right. You're fucking right, man. All right. enough terrible opinions about the worst class in the game, Heavy Assault. Seriously, though, sorry. I want to shout out the Echo Chamber, a PlanetSide 2 podcast. If everyone watching the stream right now sub to it, you'd increase their sub count by 50%. Go do it. Let's get some more podcasts going in the PlanetSide universe. Let's do it. Support them. Here's the link once again. And boom. Go support those boys. Good news is we're actually going to be able to get the scoreboard overlay going for this one. Shout out to Varunda, my scoreboard angel. I'm actually just going to configure that real fast before we hop in the game. We still have 15 minutes before the match starts. Okay. Boom. And boom. There. Oops, wrong button. It's my video camera's frozen, isn't it? Hang on a second, I'll fix that. I'll fix that. Dig in motion. Let's go. Oh my God, he's back again. Support heavy assault rights? Gag. Gag. Kang, we did get an interview from Sayl on Recursion and from Mike? Mike? Was it Mike? No, Zach. What was his name? Zachhalo. Zachhalo from Recon Team 6. If you can find the part of the interview where I'm talking to the KN1 and Safari folks, just keep rewinding. It's right. It's like a few minutes before that. They were short, though, compared to the KN1 Safari interview, which was like practically a tiny podcast in and of itself. All right, I got to close my door here. Apparently, I can get a bit loud while casting. Apparently. Here we are on Connery. We're going to be casting Terran Alliance versus Iron Forge Alliance. Let's find out what match they're in. Got him. Shit, I literally just looked at it and forgot it immediately. Boom. Did I inform Sayl that I'm Darth Greg? We haven't had that conversation yet, Kai. I have a feeling that he knows, though. I have a feeling he knows. Apparently I'm Vanu. Okay. Fair enough, I suppose. I don't think it's going to cause any problems here. Alrighty then. We have 11 minutes and counting before one full platoon versus a nearly full platoon for Terran Alliance versus Iron Forge Alliance. I'm not sure which is which, actually. Hopefully blue is Iron Forge. That would make things less confusing. I think I need to turn this off in order to improve my frame rate. Yeah, that worked. Okay. Pull the mask off in the final post-match. That's a great idea. I'll be interviewing Sayl, and I'll just like, Darth Greg sends his regards. And they'll be like, what? You traitor! You were my friend! You were the chosen one! That'll be a good moment. All right. Who is ready for some more Outfit Wars? We're now on Connery. Let's remind ourselves what's actually happening today. So this is the last week of Outfit Wars. Let me hit the record button so I don't forget. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I don't know why I did that. Boom. Okay, good. Boom. So what we have here today is the final round of the qualifiers preceding the Outfit Wars playoffs. The top 8 teams from Connery will make it in. So after today, we will have a single undefeated team, either Vikings or Recursion. Sorry, after this weekend, I mean. And then we will have 1, 2, 3, 4 teams with 3 wins. Those 4 teams plus the undefeated team will make it in. That makes 5, which leaves 3 spots for 2-win teams to make it in to the Connery Outfit Wars playoffs. So, how can we figure out who is in contention for this? Well, the thing to look out for are the winners and losers of these 2-win teams. Because of the way Outfit Wars works, which tries to get fair matchups, what we have here is the teams with 2 wins are all playing each other. That's Ironforge Alliance versus Terran Alliance, first up. Fate versus Dire, which is coming up immediately after the match we're casting now. We're going to do both of these matches. And Unity versus Western Tactical, which is happening tomorrow. So the 3 losers of those 3 matches, whoever they may be, will be going up against the winners of the 1-win matches. That's Sovereign Army versus Hell's Angels, Mother Killer versus Drunk Division, and Go Hard Gaming versus Araxis Iron Guard. If a 1-win team can win this weekend and pull off a lot of points, then they are highly likely to upset some of the 2-win teams from this week who lose. As an example, let's have a look at the Sovereign Army and Hell's Angels. These teams have a lot of points. Actually, Sovereign Army with 871 points has more points than a lot of the 2-win teams. So if they win, if they beat the Hell's Angels this week, then they have a pretty good shot at knocking one of these other 2-win teams out of the playoffs. There's so many open possibilities right now. It's like impossible to say what will happen, but it's pretty cool. Like the stakes are fucking real. This is a real win or go home moment for some of these teams. For Ironforge Alliance versus Terran Alliance, these are the 2-win teams with the most points. So they're the 2-win teams, the loser of which I would most expect to make it into the playoffs. But if this is a very one-sided match, either of these teams could be out. If you look at the other 1-win teams who have a shot, I'm looking at Mother Killer versus Drunk Division. With low 700s, they have a possible chance with like a 150-point gap between them and the 2-win teams of closing that with a very dominant win. Going down, I think Go Hard Gaming or Araxis Iron Guard, that's going to be a tough one. I don't know if either of these teams winning can take enough points to actually challenge the other 2-win teams. And of course, Wildcards versus Legion of Coffee. Good game, but no playoffs for y'all. Love y'all, by the way. Both those teams have given us great matches to watch. And I'm sure that actually that will be a fun match to watch. Just an inconsequential one as far as the playoffs go. So, the only one we haven't really talked about is Recursion versus Vikings, which is bound to be very interesting. I think that Recursion, after losing to the Goblin Jumpers on Emerald, are very eager to keep their record pristine on Connery. We'll see if they can pull it off. We've got 6 minutes left before the start of Ironforge Alliance versus Terran Alliance here in the Outfit Wars on the Nexus subcontinent in the final 4th week of qualifiers prior to the playoffs. And we've gone over the stakes. Kai Recursion easy win. We'll see. We'll see. I've heard rumors that the Vikings have swollen their ranks. So we'll see. And, you know, one of the interesting dynamics that's going to be playing out after this weekend is, do we see good players from any of the teams that get knocked out of the playoffs actually reinforce some of these other teams and see some of these good teams turn into great teams potentially? I don't know. I think it's going to be an interesting race to field the best playoff team. Cool. I think there are quite a few other people casting this game. I have reached out to Terran Alliance about getting an interview. I don't believe I've heard back. But I'm cool with Roinn from Terran Alliance, and I'm hopeful that I can get him to give us an interview. Ironforge Alliance, I don't know as well. But hopefully we'll be able to make that connection. Find out how the match went. Angels have agreed a fee with Recursion. A fee? A few? You'll be transferring there imminently. Recursion definitely needs the Hells Angels. Stat. You know, one thing I would have loved, like, if these matches weren't all happening at the same time, it would be fun to actually play in a couple of these. It would be fun. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Arzek Satcom Hob, why are you so beautiful? Just sitting off there in the distance. Not without a care in the world. Occupying your high hilltop over the substation hydroponics. Just like, what's up? What's up, baby? I got no conflict with Granite Head. Granite Head? Damn. I ain't heard from them in years. They still over there? Yep. They are getting close with Bitter Forge Garrison. I'll double check my graphics settings. Yeah, fine. All right, I'll flip off my webcam before I forget. Oops. That should do it. Pronounce double XP weekend. That's nice. Is it the last weekend of September? Shit, man, this month evaporated. I think it was my birthday like yesterday. No, there's one more weekend in September. Barely, sorta. Barely. 20 seconds to go. Iron Forge Alliance versus Terran Alliance. Outfit Wars, Nexus Season, Week 4, Relegation Day. One team will win, and one team may go home.
In a restricted area.
Over at the Alpha side, Warp Gate, we're seeing a bunch of mosquitoes take flight. I'm seeing a couple of repair galaxies. 5 seconds to go. We can enjoy the opener. Iron Forge Alliance are dropping on Bitter Forge Garrison. Oh, beautiful one-on-one from the Iron Forge dude. Can't read your name, but nice shot. Flipping the B point. C point is also hot. And it flips blue. Bitter Forge going towards Iron Forge. Oh no! These two Terran Alliance or Barren Galaxies are fucking each other up. Some unholy mating. Trying to split up these repair galaxies. Roinn is on fire. Is he going down? All right. Repair Galaxy 1 for Terran Alliance down. Repair Galaxy 2 is falling back to the Warp Gate. And the mosquitoes will have to fly on without support. The air fight rages on over the Granite Head reactor. The Reavers are emerging still out of the Warp Gate. I think that Iron Forge are re-pulling after they go down. Burning through resources to retain a chance at the win in the air. This air fight's too fun. Okay, let's see what's going on the ground over on Granite Head. Terran Alliance destroy Strand out of the air. And they hold 2 out of the 3 points here. They have the triple stack and the ground point, but they don't have the double stack. How many Iron Forge are here? There's a bus deployed behind the powerhouse. And there's like not any Iron Forge here. Oh man, the Terran Alliance could punish them by destroying that Sunder. And here come their tanks. Ace Guardian Wolf is a Sunder over here, bro. You missed the turn. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Regorin got it. Point flips back towards Iron Forge Alliance as Terran Alliance are very much focused on this triple stack. They're just not... They will not be budged. 2 maxes. Bunch of non-maxes. Iron Forge are poking, but that's just about it. Terran Alliance has their Sunderers rolled up here in the east. And having a vehicle presence here at the Granite Head reactor. Let's see how the fight's going on at Bitter Gorge. The air is still under contention. 4 minutes into the match over Bitter Gorge Garrison. And the points not under contention with Iron Forge very much having pushed out the Terran Alliance. A little cheeky harasser play from Iron Forge Alliance. It was like, it's stuck. Oh no, it's stuck, step brother. Oh. Ow. This is what I was waiting for. To see if Terran Alliance would get here to slow down the cap by taking one of these points. they did have that idea. They dropped on B, but too slow, and Ironforge Alliance flips the base. The B is under contention, which is going to prevent any sort of an advance towards towards Argent Pass. No, spoke too soon. They had a guy waiting at Argent Pass. And they put the hack on before Terran Alliance could even start flipping the B point. Oh, what gods. Terran Alliance with the aggressive move down the eastern lattice. Hang on, did I get excited about Terran Alliance defending their own base? What's wrong with me? Anyway. Granite Head Reactor is still under contention. Airzex Satcom Hub. Nothing going on. Let's just have a poke, shall we?
Rhino is with you. Do not falter.
No one's even touched the A or B points at Airzex. There's no one here. This is hilarious to me. Hello. Poor A point at Airzex. B points flipping. That's the top of the base. We'll see what happens. Back to Granite Head Reactor. Let's react to the hot action at the reactor. Ironforge inhabiting the top of the cavern with their air, trying to flush out this Terran Alliance ground force. And these exposed Sunderers are just they're just soaking it. They're just soaking it up. We need some ground to air for Terran Alliance. Ain't nobody got time for Airzex. That's the truth, bro. Ironforge Alliance are pushing into the triple stack, which we know from before is where the Terran Alliance have made their stand here. But they're falling over. They're falling back down the stairs here. As Ironforge Alliance floods in from the top of the triple stack, they're pushing in towards mid and coming in the top on both sides at the same time, setting up interlocking firing lanes. The res grenades are flying, but will it be enough for Terran Alliance to retain hold on the point? Looks like no. Ironforge Alliance flips the triple stack and slows down the cap timer from imminent to 50 seconds. Just under a minute for Ironforge Alliance to turn their Bitter Gorge victory into a quick reversal of fortune at Granite Head Reactor. Oh god, the Terran Alliance do not want to give this point up. I don't think it's worth it for Ironforge to slug this out if they're not going to try to get B or A. What's the point of this? There goes A. There it is. That's what I was waiting for. If I could turn back time. Let's go. Quick check of the map. Airzex Satcom Hubs. It's like, who the fuck needs this base? Maybe they've agreed not to fight over it. Is that possible? That would be interesting. Nothing doing at Argent Pass yet. It looks like Ironforge are focused here at Granite Head. White Lobster pelting some of the infantry from the air. And the theme continues with Ironforge Alliance committing to the air. Shrugging their way into this cavern and using it to control the top, but turns out you can't cap the base from the air. Here comes a Terran Alliance harasser. Here to fuck things up, because why the hell not? Oh, 10 seconds, Terran Alliance. You have pop. Come on. Are you going to let Ironforge flip this? I don't think they have any spawn. Oh, here's a spawn. Here's a spawn. Over on the west side, or east side rather. on West East Dyslexic, it seems. B point flipping towards Terran Alliance. That's what they need. If they can just hold 2 of these points, they only need a few seconds. And there it goes! Terran Alliance stumbles their way into capturing the Grenahead reactor. And Ironforge Alliance turns their gaze elsewhere. The question is where? Ah, to the Argent Pass. I need to get some Doom music going on my Outfit Wars playlist, I think. That would be fun, right? Why is the A point look unflipped? Oh, it's being flipped. Looks like we have action at Bitter Gorge on the part of the Terran Alliance. What's going on here at Argent Pass? That was a defense they capped it a couple minutes ago. Yeah, apple chips. That's the right call. That's the right call.
You are better than this. Show them.
I don't know, this whole Alliance versus Alliance thing, I'm actually having a little bit of trouble keeping the teams separated in my head. I feel a little bad about that. Terran Alliance re-securing Argent Pass. And, oh, here comes the Ironforge ground forces. Where are they going? Are they going north or south? Or up? Doing music in 8-bit filter. Is that how the doing music sounds? Sounds right to me. You have a lonely Terran just chilling on the sea point. Oh, someone found you. Run. Run, little Terran. Oh, impulsed. But it did no good. Why did you impulse him, Simster? What were you thinking? Just give him a little boop. A little boop on the snoot. All right. Terran Alliance are counter-pushing back into Bitter Gorge Garrison. They shall not go quietly into the night. And... oh... okay, Arazek goes towards Ironforge. That seemed insane to me, how long that stood neutral. That seems insane to me, how long that stood neutral. A little bit of ground-on-ground, lightning-on-lightning action. That lightning gained airtime somehow. But TandBinc, or TandBinc, gets the better of it at the end of the day. The air fight seems to be pretty much over, and it looks like Ironforge won. And they're now coming on over to Bitter Gorge and saying, hey guys, what's going on here? Throwing a party? Why didn't you invite me? Well, I'm gonna bring some spicy meatballs, and we'll see what we can cook up. God, I want to learn how to fly in this game. ESFs are so fucking cool. Ran over a tank mine? Yeah, that explains the little, that explains it. Okay, let's have a look at the map and see what else is happening. Ironforge have pushed their advantage from Arazek into Nexus Secure, but Terran Alliance has returned the favor. They have a minute left on Hydroponics. They're 2 minutes ahead comparing Nexus and Hydroponics. And Ironforge has also moved into Argent Pass, but they won't be able to put a hack on it for another minute and a half unless they can flip the B point at Bitter Gorge. They have a team trying to push their way into this triple stack, but they're being held right outside on the balcony. Oh, they're slowly pushing in, boys. Terran Alliance are trying to hang on. Death on all sides. Terran Alliance looking like they won this one. And they're going to push the base back in their favor. Oh, C's getting flipped. Oh, those Ironforge guys are spunky. They're just everywhere all at once.
fight harder.
Is Nexus Secure gonna go through? Hang on, we gotta have a look at this. I don't understand these timers sometimes on the map. I gotta look for myself. No, okay, it's getting resecured by Terran Alliance. That's fine. That's fine. Cool. Great. Good job, Terran Alliance. And at Hydroponics... Oh, God. Terran Alliance got really far on this point. But it looks like Ironforge flipped it back just in the nick of time. Damn, missed a good play there. Oh, look. The Terrans have taken back into the air. Oh, what's this? What is this? Seeing a little bit of anvil play from, I believe it's Terran Alliance. What are they going to do with them? Ironforge Alliance up 5 bases to 4. And if all the timers play out the way they've started, then that'll soon flip the other way, 5-4 in terms of for Terran Alliance, if they can take Bitter Gorge here. Both teams very much fighting over the center of the map and responding quickly enough to prevent the fight from going onto the other's home territory, which is something you want. It turns out that if you let the enemy team get a foothold on some of these bases, especially on the Western Lattice with Argent Hold and Slate Canyon, it's very hard to shake them out of those double stacks. A little bit of the same with the powerhouses at Hydra. Oh, no! Oh, this Ironforge, they drop out just in time. Was that what they wanted? I can't tell. Ironforge trying to get something going here at Bitter Gorge Garrison. They have 30 seconds to prevent it from flipping? Question mark? Yes, from flipping. They need to get on one of these points. It doesn't even matter which one. They just have to slow this down for a minute. Oh, here they go. They got on B. Get on the point, boys. There it is. B and C flip. Terran Alliance counter pushing up on B, though. Can they retain the point? Yes, they can. Forge Bros take the B point and slow this thing down, but will it be enough? And now they're dropping on the C point, going on either side of it. Oh, this drop just did not work. I don't know what even happened there. This drop did not work. And in 4 seconds, it'll be for naught. A point. A point. They drop on all 3 points, those Chads. Oh, and it goes back towards them. Another flip at the C point. Ironforge pushing the Terran Alliance out of Bitter Gorge Garrison, hanging on by a fingernail to prevent the cap and retaining a territory advantage. And that sweet, sweet link to Argent Pass. In about 2 minutes, we'll get to see what they do with it, assuming the Terrans don't push them right back off. You know, the one thing about Bitter Gorge Garrison in this fight is that it's always changing. It's always changing. You never know what's going to happen, what color is going to flip, where the next drop is going to come from. Ironforge Alliance pushing out the Terran Alliance droppers. A minute and a half is enough time for Terran Alliance to put together a response. Let's see what they do as the armor for Ironforge Alliance rolls over to Argent Pass. We're seeing an attempt at a Terran Alliance airdrop, and it works. Put about half a squad down on the A point, a Valkyrie's worth. And they're gonna slow this thing down. That seems to be the thing. Adding a minute and 40 seconds to the cap timer, which is going to really put a damper on anyone's plans for Argent Hold. These 3-point bases are just so fascinating because the difference between capping with 2 versus 3 is enormous. 2 minutes is an eternity on the Nexus. Oh, is that? No, that poor Sunderer. Oh, that would have been. Oh, wait. Is this that Sunderer? Clandestine, what you doing? What you doing? And here comes the Ironforge spawn point and the Vanguard rolling through. I don't believe any. Is there an entrance into where that that Sunderer was deployed? How do you get there? No. This is not accessible to vehicles. Oh, that is... This fucking Sunderer point. Oh my god. How does that work? Ironforge, you gotta get some C4 in there to take that thing out. I think Ironforge might be either recollecting themselves or looking for a different play. And as I speak, all the points begin to flip again. Terran Alliance locking down A and B. There's a fight at Hydroponics Compound and the Nexus Secure Substation. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's start on the Ironforge side of things and have a look at Hydroponics. The Reavers own the air. And NC Boots own the ground. A minute, there is nothing going on here right now. I've seen one of those Terran Alliance drops. That's all they need. Question is, will these Reavers let it happen? Here comes a couple droppers. And yeah, there it is. They're flipping the point with a squad, half a squad's worth of foot soldiers. Here comes the Ironforge response. The Valkyries, or I think Valkyries, flying in overhead. No, sorry, those are Reavers. A little bit of air to ground, but that won't flip the point. Ironforge withdraws or doesn't recommit the forces necessary. Nexus Secure. Oh, there are a lot of Ironforge boys and girls at Nexus Secure. They are taking the fight to the Terran Alliance, as Terran Alliance has committed a force to Arzak and flipping it. Interesting play. A minute and a half if they can hold it. That's a lot of forces to commit to Arzak for that long. Especially when... Okay, Nexus Secure is resecured, so... It looks like everyone who was there just moved over there. I see a couple of sneaky Iron Forgers. Y'all spawn anywhere around here? And they can't flip the point for a minute and a half. I guess we're just gonna chill. Right on. A little bit of a reverse of the classic. Usually you expect the outfit owning the skies to own the B point and the other one to own the inside points, but here we have a flip. And the points are changing ownership as we speak, with a fight going on at the C point where the Terrans are going to push off the Forgers successfully. A couple of straggling Forgers, not going to get much done. Let's go have a look upstairs. A point currently held by the Ironforge, but not anyone up here defending it. Terrans have fallen back after capturing the C point. I guess moving up to take the B point is just a little bit of a... I mean, the A point? A little bit of... do-si-do? Anyway. Airs X SATCOM hub, ladies and gentlemen. In the meantime, Hydroponics Compound has a firefight. Droppers from Ironforge on the point. Oh. They just push off the Terrans with 18 seconds. Let's go. Neither of these teams just giving an inch on these home bases. Bitter Gorge still up for grabs. Granite had a backwater at this point. Erzek, getting resecured? Is that what that means? Oh, there's a little bit of an air fight here between Erzek and Granite Head. And more of an air stomp, I suppose. Here comes a Terran drop on Hydroponics. Oh, God. That was brutal. That was brutal. Shotgun of the skies. Wait. Point's getting flipped. All right, it was just one guy. Rainbow Escapist, not able to escape the NC assault. What was going on here? What are the Terrans doing here? I don't understand. Terrans right now burning through resources and not getting much out of them. They gotta lock this down. Ironforge have really consolidated here on the eastern side of the map. Well, as I speak, Terran Alliance owns the Hex Pop.
Rise to the moment you can prevail.
Almost all the points have been doled out already for this match here. Just under 30 minutes in. Wow, this is going on for 30 minutes? Kind of hard to believe. 200 of them going to Terran Alliance and 238 going to Ironforge. Again, this isn't a hugely important match. Whichever team loses, if they don't score enough points, is out of the competition. So the loser has to last the entire time. A warp gate cannot be allowed. Here comes a heavy anvil onto Hydroponics. It looks like it's a Terran Alliance anvil, and it's getting air to grounded immediately. Not gonna get any use out of it. An anvil drop when you don't control the air. That's a bad time, bro. Terrans have the point. Let's see what Ironforge can do. Here comes Mega Big Bonus Checks in his max suit. In his big boy max suit. Gonna try to do it all by himself. I have a feeling it's not gonna work. He's getting some reinforcements. Much needed reinforcements. Heartbrain with the NG primary pushing in and getting flanked from behind. Oh. That shield on the NC Max is just crazy. How crazy how good that shield is. Terran Alliance head up on the fat stairs. We talked about this in the Recursion Recon Team 6 match, but holding your forces up here seems to be the strong move as long as you're smart about not yielding the point. And it looks like Terrans are also set up back here in position to fire on doors 2 and 3. I don't know if Ironforge is going to put up enough of a fight here. Oh, hang on. The top of the building is clear. Ironforge has it. They push down through the skinny, and they're coming in the back of the point room, and they're flipping it in their favor. Another defense of Hydroponics by Ironforge. Another unsuccessful attack by Terran Alliance. Terran Alliance recommitting to Bitter Gorge and Nexus Secure, it looks like. That's the cool thing about the Granite Head reactor, is it gives you that link to both Bitter Gorge and these two eastern bases. Pretty fucking useful, that base is. That's what makes Arazek a backwater, is you don't need Arazek to make this push onto Nexus Secure. Let's watch the TR ground push. And see what they can do. Heavy Anvil dropping on in. They don't own the skies, but they owning the ground. The Anvil drops in successfully. And gets air to ground. No, the Prowler gets spawned just in time. Was the Prowler what they wanted? Terran Alliance takes the base, or the point. They own the powerhouse. And they're fragging out. While these Ironforge are just... Res grenade going off. No good. Terran Alliance, clean it up. Whoa! Oh, a little Ironforge fire team just snuck in the back while the Terrans were cleaning up upstairs. I mean, that's just kind of a fun little fuck you. All right. That's not gonna last. Argent Pass. The battle is on. Ironforge. Holding the double stack at Argent Pass. A great compliment to their air focus. We're going to need to see Terran Alliance gain control of the skies in order to even mount a counterpunch on this double stack.
Rise to the moment you can prevail.
Honestly, if you own the skies and you can get inside the double stack, it's just a murder hole, these base. A little bit of Skyguard action. Here comes a heroic chain gunner for the Terran Alliance. That hero shit ain't gonna do much for you today. He's back up. He's back down. Yep. Terrans are just trying to one. Oh no, they have a push coming from the bottom. But the Ironforge lines are getting back up. The res grenade's going off. Ironforge are getting back up. Terrans are getting back up. Everyone's getting back up. Nobody dies in Planetside, and everyone's a hero. But is it enough for the Terrans? I don't know. No, it's not. Oh, talk about hanging on by the skin of your teeth, brother. Woo. You're on fire, dude. You might want to take care of that. Oh! Who doesn't love a good explosion? That was gorgeous to watch what Ironforge Alliance just did there. And the sky is blue. The sky is blue. Here come the Terrans. They're going to try to do it without air support. Once again, dropping down on the bottom and pushing their way up the stairs. They're on the point, but the Forgers are still around, and the res grenades are going off. Is this going to be a repeat, or the Terrans take it this time? It's more red than blue. They flip the point with seconds to go. And here comes the Ironforge Max and his friends. And the Terrans are pushing off once again. Terrans are fighting for their life and for the lattice. 10 seconds. The res grenades are still going off. Is it a futile effort? Is this a Pyrrhic victory? Oh, what a battle. Ironforge Alliance takes the Argent Pass and I believe makes the first dent in the home territory of the Terran Alliance. They've won the point game, 272 points to 228. That's going to matter for playoff qualification. Here's the real question. Did the Ironforge Alliance already move on Nexus Alpha? Oh my fucking god, they did. The battle for the Nexus is on. Terran Alliance at a territory disadvantage of 2-7 try to shake off the Ironforge Alliance from their home point. The sky is full of Reavers. Terrans are forming up outside the spawn room, and they're getting cut down.
Clear out of that area.
Here comes a play from the Max unit. I don't think that's going to work. Too much heat. Let's have a look at the edges of the base. Ironforge with the armor over here on the east side. Sunderer and a Vanguard. And they own the road underneath. The vehicle terminal is still up. And here comes Damon with his lightning. He's going to make things happen. He takes out the Ironforge lightning and is falling back. And this Vanguard can't turn around. It's stuck on a box. Oh, and here's the Terran Sunderer. They're getting set up. That's good. That's good. You don't want to be spawning in from the spawn room to take this point. It is way too hard. Way too much of a kill zone. Very similar to Slatehold and Argent Pass. Oh, here comes the Terran push up from the Western powerhouse. Ironforge are feeling good enough to push all the way down it. Popping off the point to do it.
Rise to the moment you can prevail.
Can the Terrans do it? Can they turn Dhaka into victory? Or at least into hanging on to the Nexus and staving off a foul warp gate? They have 4 minutes left in this match. And it would take them another 3 minutes and change just to gain this base back. I think mathematically the Terran Alliance have lost this match. Which means they're just playing for glory. And a roll of the dice to see if they can be one of the top 3 teams with 2 wins to make it into the playoffs. Terran Alliance take it back. There may be a day where they get warp gated, but it is not this fucking day. ... Let's see how the boys in blue are responding. Hello, Wall. Here is the Ironforge Sunderer on the eastern powerhouse. This is the powerhouse that takes them right near the spawn. It's a strong position if you're attacking. And Ironforge are pushing the Terrans out of this point room, slugging away with gauze saws and scat cannons. Terrans bought themselves maybe a minute, maybe 2, and it might just be enough. So here's the fun thing about PlanetSide. You okay, bro? Here's the fun thing about PlanetSide is that the alert timer and the base timers go at different rates. I think that the alert timer is faster, question mark? Or maybe it's the other way around. I don't know. Someone in chat can tell me. Yeah, I think that that's true. Apple Chips in the chat is saying that the Nexus Alpha can't be capped by Ironforge anymore. The warp gate is off the table. I think that's true. Here comes a Terran orbital. Let's see how the Terrans follow it up. Mosquitoes are in the sky. The Reavers are not in the air. If they were going to try to play for the point, this would be the time to do it. The question is why? Because they can't lose the base. Let's have a look at the substation with a minute and a half remaining in this match. Ironforge are making a play for the powerhouse in the substation, and it will succeed. Again, not enough time to cap, but these are the only 2 bases they can play for. Unless the Terrans push into one of the blue territories, which it looks like they're not. And this is all the gaming there is left between these 2 bases and the Terran Alliance Warp Gate.
Leave the restricted area immediately. Clear out of that area. You are in a restricted area.
30 seconds remaining. Zero. Ironforge Alliance is victorious, winning the match with a territory score of 7-2, just narrowly failing to warpgate their foes, but winning the points war of 272 to 228. Those points don't matter as much to Ironforge as the winners, but the Terran Alliance, every single point they won in this match was precious. Coming out of 228, that's going to take them up to, I believe, just over 1,000 or 1,100 points. Question is, will it be enough? All right. Let's pop into Fate v Dire, which is going on as we speak. Okay. Oh my god, this is a good one. 28 minutes left to go. And these teams are at a dead heat. Fate with 4 bases, Dire with 5. And currently a play happening at the hydroponics compound. A lot of dead Fate. A grenade goes off, takes out a few more. But it doesn't matter. They take the point. Let's look at the lay of the land here. Let me turn off. I never turn on the scoreboard. Ah, I'm a bad streamer. So here we go. Dire has 5 bases. They've pushed down the Western Pass through Bitter Gorge into Argent Pass, and they have a hack on the Nexus Alpha at the enemy's warp gate, and a lot of people there, which begs the question: why is Fate defending hydroponics so hard? Or hitting? I don't know. Maybe they think that they can cap this in 40 seconds and respond to the Nexus. Let's have a look at the Nexus Alpha and see what's going on. This base is halfway capped by Dire, and it looks like the Fate Heirs just sort of poke it away. Still 214 points to be awarded in this match. A warp gate would be a terrific point robbery for the loser at this point. Five seconds on hydroponics, and let's see where this red pop goes. I am assuming it's going to all come back to alpha. Grind ahead, starting to flip towards red as well. Fate is not playing to prevent the loss. They're playing to win. And if they can get a hack on it, Grind ahead, which, don't forget, these middle bases cap pretty quick in just under 3 minutes. They might have enough time to flip the map and flush Dire out of the Nexus. It's a risky play. But it could work. And now we put on the epic music. Oh! The orbital strike goes off. I believe that was a Dire orbital. Oh, look at this. Look at this push in this powerhouse. It just got... Oh, there's a max crash going on, coming in from near the warp gate side for Fate. Oh god, I hate Citadel shields so much. all these max indicators? Seriously, Rel, my wish for you is to make the observer cam clip through Citadel shields. Please, please and thank you. And Fate pulls it off. They've pushed Dire off the point. They've taken back hydroponics. Their hack at Granite Head is being pushed off, but they've pushed the advantage of hydroponics in order to get something started at the Nexus Omega on the other side of the map. Fate taking their own fate in their hands and using maxes to do it. My goodness. Okay. Will Dire respond at the Nexus, or will they fall back to their own?
You are in a restricted area.
At Nexus Omega, Dire is in control of their own point. This hack was a nascent one and was shoved off. Both teams now back in control of their home points, and we're back where we started when we got in about 8 minutes ago. With the edges of the map out of play and the center of the map in contention. We're seeing a play from Dire here at Hydroponics that's pushed off by Fate. Decent Fate commitment to make that happen. Not allowing much to happen here, and here comes the Dire counter drop. They're bringing in about a squad, maybe a squad and a half on top of the powerhouse, right outside door 1. Establishing a presence here on the top of the roof. They have a couple of beacons. Outside of door 1, they're poking in, getting knocked down, but the medics are getting him back up, flanking around towards doors 2 and 3. But Dire is here too. I mean, sorry, Fate is here too, coming from the spawn side to punish anyone who flanks around to door 3. And the timer ticks down to a defense for Fate. Dire don't pay no mind, no. Dire's still fragging out, and they want this point. Res grenade goes off. Fate gets up. They go back down. This is battle. Four minutes to cap Hydroponics compound. It's a long time to hold out against this assault. Let's see what they're giving up to do this. Nexus Secure is also getting hit by Dire. And it looks like Granite Head is starting to tick along towards Fate. The question is, how big is their commitment there? It doesn't look like it's more than a token force. With 20 minutes remaining, there are 88 points remain to be earned, with Dire having the advantage so far. 228 to 184. Again, these are both 2-win teams. Whoever loses will be competing over 3 slots at the bottom of the playoff bracket. alongside teams like the Terran Alliance. This one's going to go to the buzzer, I think. Oh my god, look at the drop here by Fate. I think a few of them missed the triple stack and landed above, but they're making their way down. Using those safe falling plans, getting on the triple stack. Oh, I love this play. I love this play. Let's fight at Granite Head. Yes. This makes me happy. And the Fate is following up with following up with the mosquitoes tumbling into Granite Head. Oh boy, but here comes a Valkyrie to fuck things up, and he's gonna try to ram the mosquitoes. And he misses. Again. Fate still reinforcing. Oh. C Point still in control of the Terran Fate, while these bully Valkyries are just like bulls in china shops inside this Granite Head reactor. C Point is lost by Fate and by Dire as Fate pushes back in. Sorry, I think I said that backwards. Dire pushes in, pushing Fate off. B also under contention in the powerhouse. And it goes red. What a game. And the underground point here at Granite Head looks like it's blue for now. The point belongs to Dire. The question is whether Fate can make this play worthwhile. So far, it doesn't seem to be working. They own the triple stack. And they have a presence in the powerhouse. This hole does not feel comfortable. Especially with this Dire bus just outside the triple stack. That is really going to cause headaches for the Fate crew. And unless I'm wrong, I think that Fate is primarily dropping in from the top using these beacons. That's going to slow down their spawn rates a little bit, unless their medics can really keep them up. You see a couple of dead Fate here, understanding that you got to wait either for that beacon or for that medic, because that's what all they have. They made a push on this bus. They got the bus! That is huge, and now we're seeing the Dire stumble out of the spawn room to try to put together a counterpunch as B and C continue to be held by Fate. What a battle! This is a Connery battle. This is what I came here for. What do we got over here? Okay, we have a couple buses doing battle. Fate v Dire. It looks like the Fate bus is a little more worse for wear, but it's getting help, unlike the Dire bus, which is just... okay, it's starting to fall back. Going for glory here. Not really too sure what the thought is. And there goes the Fate bus, and it looks like the Dire bus is going to get popped right alongside it. No! Nope, nope, Dire bus stays up. Dire, with the logistics, reinforcing their defense of this base. They have 35 seconds to either make a push onto the triple stack or the powerhouse and prevent it from flipping. A point is even flipping towards Fate as well. That cannot be allowed to happen. C point, owned by Fate. B point, it has to be B. Okay, okay, they got B. They got B. Okay. Dire's saving it. And with that Sunderer right outside, that's huge. If Fate could have just popped that Sunderer, they might have been able to cap this base. Or at least have it already capped. As they move into the top of the powerhouse and start making their way down to the point. To make this a mere interruption rather than a showstopper. Fate flips it, and with 1 second to go, they're going to get it. Let's go. Granite Head Reactor flips sides. Okay, update on the map. Even though we just capped one for Fate, they are still behind in the base race. Nexus Secure has something going on there. I can't figure out what that means. Oh, Dire have made their push on to the Nexus Alpha again. You take our Granite Head, we take your home. Signed, Dire. The skies are empty around the Nexus Alpha as the Fate respawners try to come in through this western powerhouse into a hail of scat cannon fire. They counterpunch, the scats start to fall. People are dying here on our axis today. Holy shit. And Dire takes it down. Warp gating their foe. Congratulations to Dire. Making the counterplay, giving up the Granite Head Reactor, and grabbing the Nexus. Taking down 281 points alongside it. 219 for Fate. Wow. I thought that was going to go the distance. I did not think that that warp gate was going to happen. Anime is dead. Crom win. What is Crom, Bender? What is Crom? Let's see if we can find some interviews, shall we? That was fun. Just coordinating some interviews here. Looks like I have Terran Alliance, Ironforge Alliance interviews ready. But let me pull in a rep from Dire first so we can get the breakdown of what we just saw. Nahyeah, you're live on the cast.
G'day, how you going?
Hey!
Sorry, let me turn my push to talk on. That was a little bit chaotic in the last moment there.
That's okay, man. I was like, I felt like, so okay, full disclosure, I only came in like midway through the match because I was finishing up Terran Alliance, Ironforge Alliance. And when I came in, the map was split in half with like 30 minutes left. And when it ended, I was like, oh, wait, there was a warp gate? Like, I kind of felt surprised almost.
Yeah.
How did you pull that off?
Yeah, so I'm not sure. Is the summary of that. The command chat was popping off insane. I think what happened is we had our Delta squad just lighting fires everywhere. We like just solo dropping, getting points rolling, making more noise than they needed to make it look like we were doing shit with more people. And it appears that Fate might have taken the bait a bit better than we expected. They didn't seem to respond to our Nexus Alpha at the end.
Right. They were all in on Granite Head.
Yeah. So we were just trying to light those fires, trying to get it as confusing as possible. And it worked. We really quickly, that final base, learned not to go outside. The air superiority that Fate had was incredible. Full hats off to them. That was really quite hard to deal with. And I think it might have meant that our air team, because we were so nanite locked, we just had more people on the ground in the point room at the last moment when it mattered.
Interesting.
Which, you know, having when a max push comes in and you've got 7 or 8 pilots who are all without air-to-air loadout, which is, you know, mastheads and archers, it's hard to get a max into that room. And I think just by the luck of when we got wiped and when we all came back down onto the ground, locked that point room out for Fate, which was a terrifying push. 2 seconds earlier, they would have had that.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
There was a lot of close shit going on at the end of that match.
It was. It was an incredibly tight game. Incredibly
I can't even imagine how wild the voice chat was.
Yeah, my ears are ringing. Just we having our multiple channels, everyone in their own little thing, having squad channel, air channel, command channel, armor channel, all in my ears at once was quite full on in those last moments. But it worked well. All of our guys in Dire, I really want to say thank you to them. That was spectacular, the energy through that game. Everyone came in and was just absolutely pumping it, ready, just raring for a win. Everyone was ready to go. Everyone knew what they had to do.
Beautiful, man.
We just did it well. We just worked together.
Love that. Love all that. Tell me a little bit about Dire.
So Dire is ancient Briggs, has gone through the reformations and the experiences of that old server. We've conglomerated with a bunch of other groups. So Dire is led by Diamond Wing. You've got the air team led by me from the outfit tab. We've got a bunch of some of the best Brig players. We've got, I think, Surge, a few XZ guys, a few members from just lots of outfits that have always, you know, been friendly with each other. Came in expecting to just play together and, you know, piss about, if you can excuse the
Go for it,
sentiment.
bro.
But
it's all good.
But it seems, you know, once we get onto that map, instead of being, you know, a casual bunch of just goofing around, we really, really just lock in. Everyone knows what to do. Everyone plays so well. I guess that happens when you play together for 10 years.
Yeah, man.
You figure it out.
Yeah. How pumped are y'all to play in the playoffs?
Oh my lord. I'm interested to see who we're up against. I'm nervous to take on Recursion again. If that ends up happening, that's going to be full on. I would like to have a match. FIFA, we were doing a lot of our pre-outfit wars training with FIFA, some lane smash matches, things like that, you know, just to get a feel for it. I think if we're having to face off against FIFA or Vikings, depending how their match goes, this is going to be a really, really good playoff season. I'm really, really looking forward to it.
Awesome, dude. Yeah, I just watched FIFA beat the Terran Alliance, man. They look good in that match.
Was it a tie match? I haven't even checked anything yet. I want to see the standing.
Yeah, man. Honestly, it's all kind of a blur. It started off so even, and I feel like it just kept tilting and tilting and tilting. And
just like the Dire match just then. That was it felt like,
you know,
it
how
snowbally
this continent can be. Yeah.
I am interested. The Fate ability to rotate was something we came in like terrified of, because we know and we experienced it firsthand. Their guys going from infantry to air, being in the right spot. It felt like they were 2 steps ahead of us. They were just ready where we wanted to go before I even made the call. They were set up there. Whoever's leading that team, I want to really, really commend them on that. It was really impressive. And
so if they were 1 step ahead of you, how did you get 1 step ahead of them?
I think we must have tripped them up with Delta lighting those fires. That's the only explanation I can have from when I wasn't, you know, staring at a map screen nanite locked. It seemed that just, you know, having a couple of little caps going distracted them just enough for our main infantry core to get settled on that point. And as I'm sure you've seen, those things are hard to break at the last second.
Yeah, man. I'm looking at some of the session stats, some of the match stats for y'all. It looks like you're like a dead heat in terms of kills, like roughly 1,000 kills on each side.
Wow. It feels like it, honestly. It definitely feels like it.
You guys had a 0.94 KD. Fate had a 0.88 KD. Like really, really even.
a really nice close match. All right, I'm gonna go yell at whoever's bringing the KD down. We got to get that +1.
That's right. It's a blow to the ego right there.
Come on, guys, what are you doing?
Well, what else, man? So, nahyeah, what were you doing in the match?
I'm the air lead. I'm the poor bastard. Well, not sorry. I'm the one that all the poor bastards have to listen to. Our poor air team with all our comm setup is quite interesting, quite full on. If there was an air game we could have fought in without us getting wiped instantly, I would have loved to have talked about that. But that air team that they fielded, I personally just got rocked from coyotes everywhere, which brutal after fighting one live. Should have expected a bit more. And they made a really, really interesting choice to set up with long range engagements, which really, really benefits their Mozzie team rather than us who all came in raring for furballs in the middle of the map.
Right.
So we eventually swapped later on, but they simply had the numbers, which made it just impossible for us to compete in the air. And we basically said, bugger it, we'll go infantry. Our air only got up, twice? 2, maybe 3 times, which we really did work. It was all just distracting them, trying to take their attention away from our Galaxies and Valkyries that were moving maxes. So we'd, pull our air up, get this big fireside of, hey, look, we've got our air team up, start making some noise with air to ground. They were all coming to us, and it would just let our Galaxies go through unscathed.
Gorgeous, man. Yeah, one of the main things that, and you sort of alluded to it at the start of our talk about how you think that just literally not being able to get into the air meant you had an advantage on the ground. There's the knowledge that air is so dominant, but also with that power comes a risk of having too much commitment to the air and not enough on the ground, and we've seen teams lose for making that error.
We experienced that firsthand in our first match against Recursion. They didn't try and fight us in the air, and yes, they're incredible infantry players.
Right.
They didn't fight us in the air, and we didn't rotate well enough, so we ended up with, I think it was 6 people in the air to grounding, getting maybe 1 kill per minute, which is it's a waste of time if you're in there. We should have gone infantry in that match, and we learned this time, like, there's no point. If there's no competition in the air, there's no point in us being in it if we're winning or losing. It's just a waste of numbers. We could cram into a point room, get more NGs and more medics, giving sustain for our best infantry players, while we just keep back and keep the support going, which is what my air team did really, really well, and I love them for it.
Cool, man. Any shout outs, standout performances for your guys?
Definitely have to shout out Zero Dark 30 and Nadaku. In my air team, they were heroes, chatting in my ear the whole time. I knew what was going on the entire time.
Nice.
And Pix and Diamond leading our main infantry leaders. They were just incredible having that level of communication. I don't think anyone in the team was ever confused what was going on. We were just really, really set. We had a plan. We made our plan beforehand. Couple upsets from, having that tech plant we lost at the start wasn't ideal. But they adapted really quickly, really easily, and just let all of our guys, they were able to do the infantry stuff. Our leaders were able to just tell us where to go, and everyone managed their own stuff. It was incredible.
Amazing. Well, congrats again on your win. Best of luck in the playoffs, and thanks for putting on a great match for us, nahyeah.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. I've just been paying for another interview. I'll see you.
Go enjoy, man. Spread the word.
See you later.
Peace. GG. GG to nahyeah and Dyer. Taken down. Very, very tough to beat Fate team. Now we have interviews lined up for TTA and Iron Forge Alliance. Let's go ahead and get that rolling. Roinn, you are live on the cast, brother.
Oh, hello. Man, what a night, Deke. What a night.
What a night, bro.
Is my or should I turn myself up?
You're a little quiet.
There we go. All right.
That's better. Tell us how the match went, dude.
Honestly, Deke, I'm not the best person to interview. I disconnected about 10 minutes into the match.
Oh fuck, dude.
Yeah, you have no,
Oh
you have no
no,
idea.
bro.
I disconnected and I sauntered around my room just furious for
Oh
the
man.
20 minutes remaining on that match, but
They gotta find something else to do for people who disconnect. They gotta figure something else out.
no, I could have reconnected. I'm pretty sure, or could I? I don't even know. It doesn't matter because my internet was out the entire match. It only
Oh,
came
it
on
was
about
okay.
it only came on about 5 minutes ago, and so I was so furious. But I'm here, and I'm really proud of how TTA played tonight. It's FIFA is in the running for first or second place, and so us even getting close to their skill level in terms of doing well in these matches is incredibly impressive, and I'm incredibly proud of my team for playing as well as they did, especially when their main PL isn't even connected, even giving them orders, and so it really shows just how much they've been working these past couple of weeks.
Grace under fire, man. Build that muscle memory.
Yeah, totally.
Totally. Rowan, I'm having a little bit of trouble with your mic. Like it's crackling a little bit. I'm not sure if you can joggle the cord or something. Anything you can do.
It says crackling. Here, give me one moment.
Yeah.
How's that?
Say more.
Hello?
No, it's
I'm here.
still being weird and crackly. It's okay. We can deal with it. It's not the end of the world. Is it your birthday, Rowan?
Wait, no, it's not. It's not my birthday.
Okay.
It's not my birthday. No,
All
it
right.
is not.
Okay.
It is though. It is though. TTA member Chrome's birthday though, and so wish him happy birthday. Happy birthday, Chrome.
Happy birthday, Chrome.
He's
Yes,
turning,
indeed.
I think he's turning 18 actually. It's really
hype.
Really nice.
Hype.
Yeah.
Finally get up to no good. So, okay, man. You disconnected. That sucks. What do you know about what went down? Tell me about what you understand what happened in the match after you disconnected.
I disconnected. I have my assistant PL's phone number / Discord, so I just spammed him and telling him I disconnected. He took command, and apparently the call went out that I was disconnected, but only 3 of my 4 squad leads heard that. And so one of the squad leads wasn't aware that I disconnected until after the match. So that was fun.
Fuck.
No, but it worked because my assistant PL was able to give orders, which is why we have that,
Yeah, as a fallback. So, yeah, word.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And even if we both disconnected, I trust my squad leads enough to be able to make calls on their own in order to give their squads orders.
Rowan, how'd you feel if I brought in the competition to interview as well? Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, bring TandBinc.
All right. TandBinc, you're live on the cast.
Oh, hello.
Am I saying your name correctly?
Yeah, actually, technically. Everyone just calls me Tand, though.
That's what I was tempted to do too, but I was like, wait, it looks like he's trying to do something here.
It was originally TandBinc when this username first got made. It was like a shared username between me and my brother, like way back. But just kind of.
Are you T or B?
I'm T.
Word. Cool. So first off, congrats, TNB or TandBinc, however you're now referred to.
Just call him Tan.
Yeah. I really enjoyed the match between the two alliances, and Roinn was just telling me about how he, the force commander for his team, his internet went out like 10 minutes in, and how he had the very fun experience of seething around his internetless room for the rest of the match. But
oh no, for real?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. That sucks.
That's all right. It's all right. Our platoon is set up so it doesn't really matter if I disconnect.
That's like all my nightmares come true.
You have no idea. I was lightheaded at the end of it.
Oh God. It was a great match anyway, though. TNB, tell me your perspective. Tell us your perspective on the match. How did it go? And how did y'all secure the W?
It was, bar the recursion match last week, it was definitely the most knockout, drag-out match we've had. TTA did not go down lightly at all. And I think that a lot of that has to do with our first match when we played each other in week 2. I think we showed a lot of their weaknesses just in how they were approaching the format. Because I was not expecting it to be... I did not expect that match to go the way it went. But that's kind of the interesting thing about these rematches is that everyone gets to come back with hindsight in hand.
That's
and
fun.
I think TTA showed that they really came together and they figured out this format a lot better than they had going into it, which is going to make them a very strong team going into the playoffs. Specifically in our first match, I think they understood that air was very, very important in these kinds of formats, but they didn't quite understand how much was too much. And so they focused really hard on the air game, and they kind of let us have free reign moving around the map on basic map control. And this time, they were all about that. They always had vehicles ready to kill buses. They always had people in back caps, and it was very, very strong showing from them on all those fronts. It was very, very difficult to deal with and very stressful as Force Commander.
Yeah, I really just so enjoyed watching this match. The Terrans fought with so much heart. And I was almost kind of shocked how it ended. Like these matches can get so snowbally at times.
I was very, very worried a few times that it was going to start snowballing the other direction, to be honest. Because taking Granite Head control was huge for TTA because they were able to exert so much map control from that position. They can get back caps everywhere they need to. They can keep timers rolling. They can just juggle timers all day long. And there's not much we can do about it, because even if we kick them off the point, then we're waiting 3 minutes to be able to move on to the next point.
Right. Yeah, that Granite Head seems to be... It's emerged as like the most important base on the Nexus, probably.
For sure. And I think it's definitely my favorite part about this format on Nexus compared to like Lane Smash, because you have that flexibility in where you move your forces. It's not all just smash on one base.
Yeah, the lattice play. I so enjoy watching that. In fact, right after I caught y'all's match, I watched the end of Fate versus Dire. And the amount of just back capping and lattice shenanigans going on was just insane. And it's hard to keep up with as a caster, but it is really like, it's like, oh shit, like these Planet Men are fucking doing it. Like they are going all out. They're doing feints. They're doing... The thing that I especially love to see is when one side gets pushed off a point, how do they react, right? Because there has to be like a quick reaction to be like, okay, are we going to recommit here? Or are we going to buy the time? Are we going to use the time we bought ourselves by provoking a response here in order to get established somewhere else? I think that kind of stuff is so fun for me as a caster, and I think probably for my viewers too.
For sure. It's very, very fun to play as well. I'm sure your squad leads had a lot of fun just figuring out, or not just throughout this format, just figuring out ways to play the map, Roinn.
Oh, totally, yeah.
Because this is basically like, again, this is kind of why I was so worried about you guys when we first faced, is that, this is like your bread and butter on live. That kind of map movement and just, making effective use of pop, just quick redeploys, defensive gal drops, as Warbird would talk about.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah, and really, like, I think that experience from live has really helped us here. Now, obviously, we only have one person in TTA who has experience with like Lane Smash. I've done Community Smash before, but that really is not applicable here, I would say, just because the scale is so much different, And so we've been we're pretty much kind of going into this with the eyes of how we would do things on live, but we just got to change our perspective here onto a 1v1 format, right?
I think you guys still have a lot of untapped potential on that roster.
Oh,
and,
you have no idea, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see what you guys do in playoffs, because I'm pretty sure you guys are above the line.
Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, you guys are above the line.
I don't want to speak too soon, though.
You guys split the points battle pretty evenly in that match, if I remember right. And as the teams coming in who are at the very top of the 2-win bracket, and obviously with FIFA going to 3, I think there are 3 spots for 2-win teams on Connery. So
currently they're sitting above the other teams that were 2-win. Fate and SLNM, I believe, both have less points than TTA on 2-2. So I'm pretty sure TTA is making it through.
Yeah, man. So talk to me about the playoffs. It's going to be. I wonder, like, do you guys think that there's going to be a roster refreshment that happens among playoff teams once some of these teams are disqualified? How is this all going to change once the playoffs begin, in your opinion?
If you don't mind me going first, I honestly think that most of the teams that are going to get cut off from playoffs, aren't really going to be doing much in terms of like trying to add on to other teams, because we got a lot of groups like X or Iron Guard, Go Hard Gaming, Legion Coffee, those kinds of groups who are going to get left behind in the playoffs. And so I would say the teams that make it past the competition is just going to get more fierce, obviously, since teams are going to start getting cut off by the week.
Yeah.
And I don't think the rebalancing of people joining other teams or anything like that is going to start until probably next week, after next week.
Right, when it goes from 8 teams down to 4.
And I think it's going to be very rough as well, because a lot of these teams, like, just speaking for FIFA, we've been working with this general roster that we've had for, months before Outfit Wars, really. We even played a couple like practice lane smashes on Jaeger, multi-lane lane smashes on Jaeger against some other teams. So, we kind of have a core group that we have, and I feel like it would almost do more damage if we start bringing in a bunch of other people from other teams that don't make the cut, because then suddenly you're pushing aside people who are already in the group and have built the cohesion and kind of know how your team plays, for people who, maybe they're better shooters, but if they don't play with the team, then you're just giving yourself a net negative in the end.
Yeah, it's an interesting tension. I'm curious to see how it plays out. What about y'all's 2 teams specifically going into the playoffs? I mean, let's just say that both are getting in. It seems pretty likely at this point. Do we actually no? Sorry, maybe more general question first. Do we know if we're going to see a continuation of the qualifier system for doing playoff matchups, or if we're getting more of like a seeded tournament ladder? Do we know the answer to that?
I have no clue. That only Rel knows.
Yeah, the devs haven't really said honestly much about how playoffs are gonna work. I'm assuming it's gonna go by, instead of the point system, it's gonna go by wins losses probably from now on. Or I hope so, at least, because in my opinion, I think the point system is very flawed, just because it doesn't really represent how a match goes, in my opinion. I really think the win-loss is more accurate in terms of how a match goes.
Sure.
But I
think go ahead.
That's just me in terms of, it's just me in terms of like my overall view of the tournament. I think the system currently is great. I really like the 1v1 format. I thought Desolation was not competitive at all. It was kind of just like live with extra steps, in my opinion. But yeah, what do you have to? What do you have to say?
Yeah, we're speaking for FIFA. We're going off the assumption that they're going to do, based off of rankings by points at the end of qualifiers. They'll do like a seeded bracket, and it'll be, one face is 8, 2 versus 7, etc., etc.
Sure.
So that's what we have gone into this thinking. We wanted to make sure we were second seed. We wanted to try to get first seed, but unfortunately, we fell short versus Recursion last week.
Sure.
But I think we're looking pretty for second seed, which is what we wanted. And we hope we can ride that second seed onto the championship and get a rematch with Recursion there. But we have a lot of work to do before we're ready to take them down.
What kind of work
before we're ready to even get it to the championship, really?
Yeah, what does that look like? What kind of work do teams who have made it into the playoffs like y'all need to be doing to get ready to win?
You can go ahead, Tam, with this.
For us, we need to do a lot of looking at how we approach our squad compositions, how we approach our vehicle and infantry integration, and how we approach map play. I think TTA showed us a lot of our team's current weaknesses right now in this match, and I'm very thankful for that, actually, because I think it'll make us a stronger team going forward as long as we identify and keep working on those. So it's just a lot of soul searching, not being content with what you've done so far and wanting to do more that teams have to do.
What about you, Roinn?
For TTA, it's shining down those polishing those rough edges. We definitely do have a lot of things that are glaring right now that weren't glaring at the beginning of the season, but are like obvious problems right now that we're going to be looking to fix before this next match.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure that's going to go for a lot of the teams now. And Tan definitely said that his team is going to be working on the same thing. And so these playoff matches, when we get up against high skill groups, it really shows off the weaknesses of a team, right?
Mm-hmm.
We saw it against our first match with FIFA. FIFA saw it against their match with Recursion. So it's just going to continue until the season's over, pretty much.
Sure. Are there any sort of common themes y'all are seeing across multiple teams where we're all sort of learning together what works, like a meta or a theme that's emerging?
I think Planetside 2 meta has been pretty defined, in my opinion, in terms of like the overall meta, which is combined arms, which, I mean, is the entire point of the game, really, is combined arms.
Yeah.
But really what it comes down to and what differentiates teams is what do you focus on most. A team like FIFA is really strong in the air, like incredibly strong in the air, and so they could use that to their advantage, use that air control to influence armor, which then can influence infantry, all that kind of stuff. And anything you got to say about that, Tan? Sorry.
Well, yeah, I think there's kind of like there's two lanes of thoughts, right? There are those players who have a very strong idea of what the live meta is, and there's players who have a very strong sense of what the competitive, like Jaeger lane smash meta is. And we're kind of seeing we've seen a real clash of worlds there, where some teams that are too hyper focused on lane smash and maybe don't necessarily have the talent to back that style of play up, or don't quite fully understand it, have run into some real issues with teams that are more meta or live meta focused. Whereas live meta focused teams, when faced with really strong lane smash tactics, have had to kind of sit back and reevaluate some of their ideas. So we're really seeing a cool blending of two worlds, I think, to kind of make what is the ideal Nexus meta. And it's interesting to see what teams, especially top teams, come up with as we go forward.
Groovy, man. Groovy. So besides each other, what other teams are and Recursion? I heard you mention, T. What other teams are you watching out for / worried about in the playoffs?
Specific to Connery,
Sure.
Vikings, Dire has come a long way from their first match.
Yeah, they pulled off a real steal tonight. I don't know if you saw.
I was not able to catch the match versus. I was not able to catch besides like the last 5 minutes of their match versus Fate. But they've come a long way from when we actually played them in a practice match before the season, and they've come a long way since then. So I'm expecting big things out of them. Vikings is just going to be a strong team. They've shown they're a strong team. I'm excited to see what they can do against Recursion tomorrow. I think that'll be a really good, interesting benchmark. But also we're looking at other servers too. I mean, I don't think anyone who is keeping up with everything doesn't agree that Goblin Tribe is the best team in the game probably right now.
Yep.
And so, we're looking at what they're doing and trying to see what can work with your players, what maybe what they've done against, because they've already played Recursion. What did they do against Recursion?
Right.
What did they do against other teams?
The only team to beat Recursion.
So it's, there's a lot of different places to pull from. And I think each server also kind of has its own weird meta, because that's always just been the case. So seeing what other people are doing elsewhere is an interesting thing to do.
What have y'all both learned by watching the Goblin Jumpers, if I may ask?
The importance of being very, very good at the game. They just have so much. They just have they just have so much talent in so many different domains.
Yeah.
And they can bring it all together in the right way. And seeing how they actually take really good air players and make them work together with really good infantry players is huge, because you can have one of either, or you can have both, really good infantry and really good air players. But if they aren't working together, then you aren't accomplishing anything. Goblin Tribe really seems to have that nailed in.
What about you, Roinn? Any take on that?
I mean, I like Tan said, I don't think there's any doubt that Gobs are the best team probably in the game right now. I really think they're close to perfecting the dynamic of infantry, armor, and air. I think it's getting close, and so their match against Recursion last week was crazy to watch, and I was really impressed with not only the fact that they won, but how hard they won. I really thought that match was going to be a close one, but it was not as nearly as close as I thought it was going to be.
Man. I had the pleasure of casting that one, and the number of times Recursion went all in on Granite Head only to lose it in the last seconds. It happened like 2 or 3 times. And by the last time it happened, Gobs had just relayed that wasted time by Recursion enough time so that they could push all the way. Man, it was just, it was quite a thing to watch. I agree.
What's your opinion on Sammy? Tand?
I'm hoping Sammy. I think Sammy will make the playoffs. Potentially, they should. I think. They've got a strong team. They've kind of had a bad run of luck with who they drew for opponents. I think they had Fate first round, and then they fought a really strong Unity team in round 3, and so I don't think their record really reflects their placement in the standings as well as maybe it should. They have a lot of potential. I'm hoping they can bring it together and they can make the playoffs. Of course, to do that, they'd have to knock out Sexy, which would also hurt because I'm good friends with a lot of the Sexy guys, and I hope it's a good match. But hope Sammy pulls it together, because I think they could be a good wild card in the or not wild card. I don't want to bring them up. they could be a good black sheep in the playoffs.
Word. Well, good game to both of you, gents. Thank you to both of you and your teams for putting on a great show for us and giving us a lot of great PlanetSide to watch, and for jumping on and talking to me afterwards. I look forward to casting or at least watching after the fact y'all's matches in the playoffs. And just thanks again for going through all the bullshit it takes to make something like this happen.
You have no idea. There's a lot.
No
after
kidding.
the season, we should break it all down, man.
Thanks, Deke, for casting our match. I really appreciate
thank you, Deeg.
And Tan, thanks for the amazing match tonight. I know I was over here seething and mauling in my room, just walking in circles, punching air, but you gave my guys a really good fight, and so I really appreciate that.
Same to you. Give my congrats to your guys on making the playoffs. And best of wishes. I hope you guys go far.
Yeah, I hope you guys kick Recursion's ass anyway.
We're gonna try.
Damn.
Let's go.
Thanks, Roinn.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Good match.
Yeah,
GG, dudes.
Have a nice taking it, guys.
Yep, have a good one.
Wow. That was pretty cool. Pour one out from homie Roinn, who didn't get to play tonight. Sorry, Roinn. Great to make acquaintance of TNB. Not someone I'd known previously, but get me much more excited to watch FIFA Ironforge Alliance in the playoffs. Let's pop into Connery, actually, and Zagsy. Sorry, man, you just missed him. Let's jump back into Connery and see what the standings look like right now. Actually, we should do the same with Emerald as well, but we'll start with Connery. Oh, it's been a long week, brothers and sisters. It's been a long week. Alright. Alpha Wars. Here we go. Here we go. Fate v Dire. Winner Dire. Ironforge v Terran. Winner Ironforge. The other match that happened today. And actually, two other matches that happened today that we didn't get to cover. Mother Killer versus Drunk Division and Go Hard versus Araxis Iron Guard. And let's see. Mother Killer beat Drunk Division, knocking Drunk Division out of playoff contention. Mother Killer with 1,101 points now. Go Hard losing to Araxis Iron Guard. That's tough. That's tough. Courage from Iron Guard is gonna... Courage from Go Hard is gonna help me cast a match tomorrow. So I'll get to ask him tomorrow a little bit about how the match went. What a day, and there's more tomorrow. Absolutely, brother. See, Terran Alliance still 1,114 points. They were correct. T was correct when saying the Terrans are the 2-win team to beat on the point ladder. They're just 14 points ahead of Fate. With 1,100. And who else? So, Unity and Western Tactical, that's the game that I'm going to be co-casting with Courage tomorrow from Go Hard Gaming. The loser of this would have to lose and gain 200. And if Unity lost, they'd have to get... Well, I guess the third 2-win team is sort of up for grabs. It's going to be the loser of Unity versus Western Tactical, or the winner of Sovereign Army versus Hell's Angels. Mother Killer with 1,101. So the two winners. I'm tired, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm trying to sort this out. For the 3 2-win slots, it's currently Terran Alliance, Mother Killer, Fate of Connery. Holy shit. Mother Killer with 1 point. 1 fucking little point on Fate of Connery. So Fate's vulnerable. Fate is in the number 3. They're in the last playoff spot right now. So to get to 1,100 points, Sovereign Army would have to win with 229 points, which is very doable to win if you're winning. Hell's Angels would have to win with 328 points. That's harder to do. That's more like a warp gate. Yeah, I think that's it. Zagzia, you believe in fate. How are you, Zagsy? I missed you tonight, dude. So the question is, really, whether I think the most likely scenario, I think that the only way for Fate to lose their playoff spot would be to the winner of Sovereign Army versus Hell's Angels. I think that's what they need to be worried about. And we are going to be casting that match tomorrow night. Hype, man. Hype. Let's hop over to Emerald. and see how things look. Emerald, the playoff spots are a little more hard up. There's only one spot for a 2-win team on Emerald, not 3 like there are in Connery. Just because there are more teams. Let's see what we have here. Recursion 1. They're a 3-win team. 3-win teams get in. 4-win teams get in. Gobs, B-Way, Recursion, VCats, Neil, No One have all clinched their spots. Let's look at those who have finished the season with 2 wins. 1TR has 1,181 points. SFRI is out, sadly. That makes me mega sad, man. That makes me mega sad. I wanted SFRI to get into the playoffs. AODR with 901 points. They're out. See, a 1TR with 1,181 points is the team to beat if you're a 2-win bracketer. So who could still finish with 2 wins? Starting at the bottom, Neo Lexi Turner versus Ghost of the Revolution. There's no way that either of those teams, unless their opponent is a no-show. Actually, Neolux can't even get it. 500 points would be 1104. For Goater, 500 would be 1127. So they're out mathematically. The playoffs. 1TL versus Mid. Mid is mathematically out of the competition. They cannot get into the playoffs. 1TL, if they win and get like 460 points or more, they could dethrone 1TL as the 2-win team to make it into the playoffs. Not that likely. Not that bloody likely. Moving on up, Sokar's Legion versus Step Vanu. The loser of this game, in order to stay in the playoffs, would have to get 400 points and lose, which makes no fucking sense. So the loser of Step Vanu v Sokar's Legion is just out. That'll be very interesting to see who wins that game. And last but not least, Hatsune Miku versus 2RAF. This is where it's more interesting. Because the loser of this match, if you're 2RAF, if you lose, but get 268 points, you still get into the playoffs, even if you lose with 268 points or more. Miku, even easier. If they lose, they only need 232 points. So 1TR is going to be watching this match with a lot of eagerness. Hope for a stomp, whoever wins. And of course, if we're talking about playoff previews, Gobs v B-Way. I'm not going to be casting it, but that's going to be a fantastic match. I'm trying to focus on the teams who are up for elimination this weekend. I think that's more interesting. Some high stakes matches coming up tomorrow. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Well, friends, I think we're actually going to go ahead and call it a night here. I'm going to call it a night here. This has been a great night of Outfit Wars. I especially appreciate all the force commanders and outfit leaders who jumped in and gave me their earnest thoughts about the matches after the fact. Also, thanks to everyone in my community who helped me connect Special shout out to Kang, who did a lot of legwork to try to help me connect with people and make sure I could arrange these interviews. I'm learning how to do this. Reach out for interviews proactively ahead of time. And also, put the two teams that fought each other in the same interview together. Way better content, way more fun conversation. Thanks a bunch for casting your match for the shout out. Yeah, Henry, man. Your match was a fun one to watch, and you were an easy person to spot. It was fun. It was fun watching you. It was good. There's a tiny chance I might take a short break and turn the stream back on, do something else like some New World, but honestly, I'm fucking gassed. I'm probably just gonna go crash. I'll be back again tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 o'clock Eastern. Let's look at the schedule for then, actually. Let's look at what we're doing. Oh, look at this. Well, I wasn't watching. 900 subs. That means it's time for the 900 sub Q&A. Okay. I'll start working on getting that put together. That's exciting. Go hug my pillow, man. Yeah, dude. So tomorrow, it's 1 ITL versus mid. Coming up first. Then SoCar's Legion, where the losing team here could still make it into the playoffs. I think that's the conclusion we just came to. And then we're going to do SoCar's Legion versus Step Vonu, where the loser is out. At the end of the night, we're going to do Unity versus Western Tactical. Courage, a.k.a. Geetman from Go Hard Gaming, is going to co-cast that with me. And then we'll finish up the night with Sammy versus Sexy. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to that. And I will see all y'all then. Good game, Planet Side. Good game, Outfit Wars. Good game to the competitors, and good game to y'all. I will see you then.